On your marks. Get set. Mr. Clerk, the time is 7 o'clock on Tuesday, May 16th. I'd like to call this General Committee meeting to order. May I please have a motion to approve the agenda, including the additional items that have been circulated to Mr. Mayor, Councillor Tom. Questions or comments on the agenda? Okay. Yep. Requires 2/3. May I have a vote? All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that passes. Declarations of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Are there any? There's none, Mr. Clerk. There are no presentations this evening. However, we do have 5 delegations. The first delegate, Ms. Sheena Griffith, past President, Pine Tree Potters Guild, regarding activities and community involvement of the Pine Tree Potters Guild. So please state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes for your delegation, and you will receive a signal when 1 minute is remaining.
Oh, that's the forward and back. All right.
If you could state your name, please.
I'm Sheena Griffith. I live in Aurora. Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council. Well, as I've already said, my name is Sheena Griffith, and I'm a past president of Pine Tree Potters Guild. Our purpose tonight is to inform you about who we are and how we contribute to the community. Okay. Oh, there we are. All right. Pine Tree Potters Guild has operated in Aurora since our founding in 1979. We are a there we go. We are a non-profit cooperative pottery guild with 80 members that support and facilitate the creation of ceramic arts. For the past 37 years, Pine Tree Potters has continuously rented space from the town of Aurora. Our guild's location in Aurora, through these past 37 years, we have rented 3 facilities from the town. The first place we rented was the now demolished Waterworks Jail building, which stood on this site located on Yonge Street, and you see there the pine tree which we took our name from. Secondly, we were in the basement of the Church Street School, and for the past 14 years in the lower level of the Aurora Public Library. The Guild is financially sustained through membership fees, revenues from semi-annual pottery sales, instructional classes, summer camps, and grants such as the Ontario Trillium Foundation. We value our long-term relationship with the town of Aurora, and we greatly appreciate that the town has made space available for us to rent. Empty Bowls is our main annual charity event. For the past 7 years, we have hosted Empty Bowls, a very successful community fundraising event. We engage local restaurants, caterers, and shops to donate and serve gourmet soups and breads. We also solicit sponsorship and donations from local businesses. Our members volunteer their time to create 500 beautiful handmade bowls for the event. Attendees select their favorite bowl and enjoy lunch or dinner sampling all of the signature soups and breads. Then they take home their empty bowl to serve as a reminder that hunger is a reality for many in our community. This event has been a great success. In 7 years, we have donated over $115,000 to local charities that deal with hunger and homelessness. Pine Tree Potters enjoys a long-standing partnership with the Aurora Cultural Center. We rent space for our semi-annual pottery sales, empty bowls, and our Earth to Fire exhibition. In addition, the Guild sponsors the Pine Tree Potters Guild Activity Room. This 1,700 square foot room is located in the basement of the Cultural Center and is now used for community instructional programming and arts camps. This space used to be the Pine Tree Potters Studio and now proudly bears our name. We are happy to support the Cultural Center's activities through our sponsorship and rentals. In addition, Pine Tree Potters Guild spends about $10,000 annually in the community to run the sales. We offer year-round pottery classes to the community, including classes for Able Network, Aurora Women's Institute, Girl Guides, Boy Scouts, and several Aurora schools. We also partner with the Cultural
Mrs.
Center
Griffith,
on summer camps for children.
Would you be able to wrap up, or do you need more time?
I have just a few more slides.
Okay. Okay, all in favor?
Am I done?
Okay. No.
No.
You have additional 5 minutes.
We have worked on several community projects. At the request of the Queen's York Rangers, we created and donated a large wall insignia for their new headquarters and a large plaque which was presented in person to His Royal Highness the Duke of York. Currently, we are working on 2 Canada 150 projects, the Canada 150 Project Wall Tile and the Poppy Garden Project in partnership with the Aurora Legion. In conclusion, you'll be glad to hear. We hope that you have learned a bit more about our Guild through this presentation and thank the town for its continued support. We have enjoyed an excellent long-term relationship with the town and look forward to many more years ahead. Thank you.
Actually, don't go away. Ms. Griffith, don't go away. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments made by the delegates for information? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gardner. Questions or comments for the delegate? Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for coming out, Sheena. I certainly learned some things tonight, where the name came from. I never knew that, so thank you very much. And my only suggestion, well, 2. 1, keep up the good work, and come and see us more often. Thank you very much.
Councillor Gardner. And Councillor Humphreys. Okay, Councillor Humphreys.
Councillor Ayers.
What happened?
Hi, where are you? You don't have to get up. Well, actually, you do, because I have a question. Thank you. I also learned some things, and I want to thank you for your contributions to the community, especially, well, the empty bowls, which is so important to be aware of hunger, even in our community. And the Queen's York Rangers project. I think you said you spent about $10,000 in the community putting on your events. Could you speak to that, please?
Yes, well, we ran signs. The big signs. We buy all the supplies that we need for the sale. We rent tables and chairs. Over the course of the 2 sales, one in the spring and one in the fall, we would spend $10,000 in expenses to put the sales on.
Thank you. That would mostly be done by spending money in the community? Thank you.
Councillor Humphreys.
You keep wanting to get away. We won't let you. Great, thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you as well, through Mr. Chair, for coming here this evening. I learned a lot about the Pine Treaty Guild. In fact, I didn't know where your name came from and all the different places that you previously were in. You're still in the Cultural Center, in the library main floor, bottom floor, the basement?
The library, yes.
Yeah, it's working out really well.
Oh, we are thrilled with that space, yes.
Good.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I don't know if my mic's on, but I just wanted to say thank you for everything you do. I've been able to volunteer at your Empty Bowls events a few times, and I think it's incredible. The artwork, the work that is created by all of you is just unbelievable. I still have my empty bowls. They're beautiful. I take them out. They're one of a kind and really unique, and you're doing a lot for the community and giving back so much. So thank you for sharing your artwork, your love of pottery, and giving back to our community who needs a lot of support, especially in the area of, homelessness and hunger. And I want to thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Words. Anybody else? We're going to sit down now.
Thank you, Mrs. Griffith.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we'll call the vote then. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that passes, Mr. Clerk. Our second delegation is Ms. Susan Morton-Leonard, resident, regarding item R1, regarding Library Square conceptual plans. So if you could please state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes for your delegation. Thank you.
My name is Susan Morton-Leonard. I reside at 78 Wells Street, just the northwest corner of Wells and Metcalfe. Mayor, council members, staff, and citizens, for many years, various councils have discussed the future development of Library Square. I'd like to give you a little context and history. The first time I delegated before council, our mayor was the chair of the library board, and they were here lobbying to have the old library and the former fire hall demolished to create a parking pad for the new library. This was well before the Church Street School was developed as a cultural center. There were no parking studies or transit studies for the area. Therefore, how could they do just a parking pad? Several years later, the Promenade study commenced, just as the cultural center was poised to be launched. The study, which now is a part of the Aurora's official plan, at the time seemed to provide the light at the end of the tunnel. It correctly identified the area as both cultural in what could be offered to citizens and heritage, in that it is the oldest part of the town, both built and natural landscapes, plus the seat of much of Aurora's history. Many stakeholders and citizens applauded the concept of a cultural precinct and looked forward to its development. Unfortunately, we are nearly 7 years along now. The development in the last year, or I should say the proposals in the last year, have failed to capture the original intent to create an inviting civic space, or spaces actually, to meet the cultural, social, and sport needs of local citizens, much less drive tourism. The latest voting proposals are not much different in design than what the former library board asked for many years ago. There is no conceptual 3D drawings to show how the heritage buildings will be married to new additions. There are no uses proposed or endorsed for these buildings that are on the second proposal. How can a fully informed decision be made here tonight? We still want an exciting cultural precinct, and now that our neighborhood will undergo another change thanks to Metrolinx, because there is need for all-day green transportation, we see a greater need for a fully developed plan for the cultural precinct, not chunks. When I delegated last year on this matter, I challenged council to think broader, widen the precinct to include the Heritage GO train station, embrace the Metrolinx redevelopment. After all, Aurora grew from a small hamlet to a town because of being the last stop on the train. If there is something exciting to visit, people will once again get off the train and visit Aurora, much less maybe even consider living here. Seek funding from both the province and the federal governments for the precinct. We know it will be expensive, but we want a better, much fuller plan, not just a portion to satisfy political need. If you want a lasting legacy, look beyond the next election.
Thank you, Mrs. Morton Leonard. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments by the delegate to Mrs. Morton? Mrs. Morton Leonard, we may have some questions for you, so if you can stay on the podium, be great. So may I have a motion to receive and refer the comments made by the delegate regarding item R1? Mr. Mayor and Councillor Gardner. Questions or comments for the delegate? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, thank you for coming and for caring so much about this area. When you're talking about a more fully developed plan, are you're talking about the area all the way from the station?
Well, the original study took it from Yonge Street all the way over to the tracks, but I'm saying now that we're this many years beyond, we really truly need to embrace the GO station because it's a part of our history. Parking is an issue, I'm not denying that, but there's opportunities because we need more GO parking, but we also need local citizen parking, and of course eventually hopefully tourist parking. It can go on the east side because we also have the Open Streets Initiative, which also talks about well-being through walking. So, you know, what better place to walk through than the cultural precinct and do all the parking on the other side? This is why Metrolinx has a parking concern. We have parking concerns. Marry the two. Get together. Create some sort of parking authority where both the town and Metrolinx has some opportunity to work together. I mean, it's becoming more and more apparent that we need to have all the levels of government working together in chorus to be able to, and private citizens and sector as well, to be able to produce these really novel and interesting spaces for people to want to come to.
Thank you, and I think you're correct on that, but I do think you know, because you've certainly been at one meeting, that it's very hard to get all levels of government working together in Metrolinx.
Then we can kick ourselves down the road when we see it happening someplace else. So why not try? Especially because Metrolinx is there developing right now.
Thank you for all of the thought you've given us and your forward-thinking thought. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Ms. Morton Leonard, for bringing forward. Ms. I just thank you for bringing your thoughts forward. I appreciate that, and yeah, I think there's absolutely partnerships that can develop here, and I think taking your feedback will absolutely be important in this plan. It's still a conceptual plan. There's still lots of opportunity to build those partnerships and relationships, and we're doing some of that now with Metrolinx. In fact, we're heading off, I believe, monthly meetings to ensure that we start to evolve and develop parking strategies together. So looking forward to that. Staff's doing that sort of in parallel with this. And one of the thought processes for this is to create that destination so that when the goal line is more frequent, that people can actually stop in Aurora and do their shopping and just a walk across and come to our downtown and see the events in the areas, get back on the train and go home if they don't live here. So part of what you're saying is, I believe, part of this plan. Maybe some of the pictures aren't perfect in 3D and Envision.
Basically a 2D, and they both essentially are the same.
That's fair. I appreciate your comments, absolutely. I see it as a great beginning to an amazing plan from my perspective, what I've been hearing and working closely to it. Absolutely a chunk. We're going to grow from here. We're taking it in pieces and going forward, so.
If you don't develop the whole area, what happens if you have put parking there that's not being utilized, that could be better used for something else because you have parking someplace else? We know we have parking around Town Park that isn't being utilized well. So this is what I'm saying. You have to look at the full area. Just can't do chunks. Sorry.
Councillor Abel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much. I agree with much that you said. And in fact, you made a comment last year at one of the meetings about looking at a spur at Mosley Street as probably being part of the cultural precinct, and that as I've gone around to stakeholders to expand on that. I haven't with you, but just in sort of preliminary, and it does have some merit, especially when you talk about the GO station at one end and the United Church at the other. It's a perfect fit. We see it work in other places. Also, the parking is a big problem, and it takes us negotiating and talking and collaborating with all levels of government. And they should be sharing in our plan, if we have one. We do have a downtown revitalization core plan that was approved. It's in the working, but I think it speaks to exactly what you're talking about. The 4 focus areas identified in the secondary plan, the promenade plan, and then we've also got a notice, we've got something going with the region about public shuttle plans to alleviate some of the parking demands if people can participate in public transit. But I do share your comment looking down the road, because that Aurora station with 15-minute GO service, it's going to be like a subway stop. People will be coming from north and south, and if we make it look good, people will come and visit, and if there's activities and things going on. So we should be looking at it as a whole, and I agree wholeheartedly with you on all your other comments, and when we speak to it, I'll be expanding on those. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. I think my only comment, Mrs. Morton Leonard, is that it's for any project of any significant size, it's hard to get all potential stakeholders at the table together, especially when various stakeholders are a lot larger or conversely a lot smaller than other entities. And so I find that in my short 2.5 years here on council that one domino has to drop before other players take the project seriously to want to get involved.
Somebody who lives in there, who sees it every day, who does know, because of my background in culture, what it could potentially be. Also as a person who was there with the promenade study. So I've been waiting a long time, and we keep coming back with the same information. That part hasn't changed. So let this domino finally drop and then move forward instead of just taking money and putting it into something that really isn't going to fly.
Yeah, and I assure you that other stakeholders were contacted and invited, and that much I can state. Other comments? So, Councillor Marakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Morton Leonard, for coming. I'm just curious, through your comments, are you suggesting that we remove parking from that square?
No, because let's face it, there's always going to be a need for some parking because of mobility issues. But what I'm saying is when you only look at one specific area of a much larger area, you aren't looking at what could potentially be the other areas for parking. As I talked about the open concepts, which you're trying to do through Activate Aurora, there is very much a need to encourage people to walk. So what better way to do it than put the parking at least a couple of blocks away? It's a start. So that's why I'm saying you concentrate 75 parking spaces in that area that could be better served for activities, then you're going to always have people trying to vie to, park right by the door. You put no further choice other than to walk. You've now increased the health and the well-being of that person.
Thank you. Also, I'm just curious, have you happened to read the staff report, item R1?
No, I find it very difficult to find anything on the town website. If you'd like to send it, I'd appreciate it, and I will read it.
Thank you, and maybe one of us can send that out to you. It just speaks to that we're going to be moving to next steps, which will have a detailed design, which is kind of, I think, what you're looking for is that this is more of an overview, a high level kind of thought of where we will be going, and then we'll get into a more detailed design with the uses of whatever structures we do decide to build there. But thank you for your comments and coming out tonight.
Okay, if there are no further questions or comments for the delegate, then I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Passes, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mrs. Morton. Okay, the next delegation is Ms. Nancy Eveleigh Brown, Chair of the Aurora Public Library Board of Directors, regarding item R1, Library Square Conceptual Plans. Please state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Eveleigh Brown, and I'm here representing the board of the Aurora Public Library. We've had a look at both of the option 1 and option 2 for Library Square. I'll address option number 1 first. There is no handicapped parking adjacent to the library in this plan. We currently have 2 handicapped parking spaces, which is not sufficient. We have constant requests for more, and this plan eliminates them altogether. This plan also has no vehicular access to the library. Customers cannot park, return materials in the drop box, which is a very popular way of just swinging around, running into the box. There's no access to the shipping and receiving for delivery vehicles, and that door is right by the parking lot door. A big truck can pull up, unload, move on. There's no access for the interlibrary loan vehicle that delivers materials and connects libraries throughout Ontario. No access for residents of retirement homes who are brought by a small bus to the library. For an example, Holland View Trail brings people over. They get out right at the door. The bus can then move away. There's no easy access to the library from the proposed parking lot. The concept drawing seems to show a series of stairs or a stepped path down from that upper lot. This makes access during inclement weather challenging. Parents with strollers or young children or anyone with mobility issues will find getting to the library difficult. Seniors are strong library users. The lack of convenient parking could have a negative impact on their use of the library. In general, it's a significant barrier to ease of use of the library. Inadequate parking at the library continues to be a top complaint from library users. The library lot is currently used for a wide variety of purposes other than library use, and library clientele are fortunate if they can readily find parking for their library visit now. An example of this is Monday, where the library doesn't open till 1 o'clock, but quite often by 10 in the morning that lot is full. There are currently 72 parking spaces in the library lot, 60 adjacent to the library and 12 in the upper area behind the former senior center. Option 1 provides 76 spots, all located at some distance from the library entrance. An increase of 4 spots in an area further removed from the library is not an improvement and does not support easy access to the library. The plan shows what looks like 3 or 4 temporary parking spots on Church Street, but these are not near our shipping and receiving door, the book drop, or adequate for handicapped access. Concerns regarding option 2. Again, insufficient parking. This version shows 20 spots adjacent to the library and 25 in the upper area. Option 2 provides for only 20 parking spots adjacent to the library. Assuming all 20 spots can be restricted to library users only and assigning 4 spaces for handicap parking, this would leave a total of 16 spaces for the use of an average of over 90 people who enter the library every hour. There's no easy access to the library from the additional 25 spaces proposed for the upper parking lot nearest to Victoria Hall. Again, there seems to be a series of steps or an incline to get down to the library. Again, making it difficult for access in bad weather for parents with strollers or anybody with mobility issues. In general, it's a significant barrier to easy use of the library. Inadequate parking at the library continues to be a top complaint, so while option 2 provides some parking adjacent to the library, the sharp reduction in the number of spaces will not improve access. Parking at the library is at a premium as residents use it for a wide variety of purposes other than library use. If current parking patterns continue, the upper parking lot will see heavy usage by people not visiting the library. A reduction in available parking from 72 spaces to 45 will add to frustration and customer dissatisfaction. The library is an anchor store in the downtown core. It draws people to the area and supports its commercial and retail activity. If either option presented is enacted, there is a real potential for the library to experience decreased usage. The library is a successful, thriving municipal service located in an area targeted for growth. The parking provisions proposed in the concept plan do not provide the infrastructure needed to support that growth. At a minimum, the vehicular access and handicap parking spots that are absent from option 1 must be corrected. Beyond that, the Library Board requests that planners reconsider a plan that creates barriers for residents to easily use their library and look at something that improves the access for all. Thank you.
Wow, perfect timing, 4:59. Thank you, Ms. Everly Brown. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments made by the delegate regarding R1, Councillor Abel and Councillor Thompson? Thank you. Questions or comments for the delegate? We have Councillor Marakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Nancy, thank you for coming. I appreciate the comments. I'm going to ask you the same question, but just in a different form. Are you suggesting from your comments that we need more parking within the square?
I guess the top priority we see is the handicapped parking and the access to the door of the library so that people can be dropped off, can drop off their materials and continue on. But the parking as it is, we certainly don't want it reduced. And option 1 removes that parking from near the library and puts it up behind the old library. So yes, I mean, I guess we would like to see some more parking, but we at least need more handicapped parking and more access to the door.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comments.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Nancy, for coming out. And you know, I agree with you that within the plans there are some challenges with respect to, library parking, access to the service delivery under the current configuration. But I guess my question to you is, had the board had some conversations about looking at alternative solutions, perhaps even keeping an open mind to making some changes to the current configuration of the library so that these issues can be addressed as we move through these stages?
We have a board meeting tomorrow night, and we will certainly be discussing it. The service and delivery door is not just a door. There's a whole set of offices in behind that. It would be very expensive to reconfigure the library just to move a door, and it still doesn't address the drop-off, the handicap parking.
I understand the challenges. So what I'm hearing is the board hasn't discussed it yet. But I guess my question is, will the board keep an open mind to looking at ways to working with the town to address these issues? My perspective, I think there are valid points, but I think there's ways to work together to address them, certainly. And I know that I went to the library today. I met with one of the board members, and I think you can look at different options to both improve access and at least ensure that the same services that you have today are maintained. And so I look forward to continuing the dialogue.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for coming forward. You didn't comment on the fountain that was replacing your parking. Why?
My mind when I look at Plan 1 is why not flip the parking and the fountain so that the parking is closer to the library.
mention this to the consultants when they were preparing this?
Didn't see this with the parking all gone from around the library. I mean, we all said, yes, a fountain sounds like a nice idea, but not when it replaces the access to the library door.
All right. And I think the comment you were making about the parking being full on a Monday morning illustrates probably clearly one thing, that a lot of that must be commuter parking that are parking there for the day. Would you?
There's a fair bit of meeting space in use. There's the Magna Lebovic rooms that are booked by other groups. There's things going on at the Cultural Center. There's the groups in the old library, the old senior center. People are using it. It's not necessarily commuters.
A comment, if we were to create another 70 parking spots underground, like tier it and put additional parking under there, not impacting the present, might accommodate more parking. Would you comment on that?
I'm not against the fountain idea. I just think the two could be switched. And that's my personal thought.
Asking if the fountain was gone and you had the parking that you have there, if we could create another underground parking there, it would probably deliver a lot of ease into the parking situation that you've described. That because the library is so well attended. I mean, I'm impressed with your numbers. Always have been with what the library brings to us at budget, the metrics, and what a fabulous facility and how well used it is. It's like no other.
Do that without any parking.
Count?
I appreciate, I guess the idea I'm trying to get is if we were to put underground, more parking and put it underground rather than affect the open area, as a delegate had said before, use that for community, put the parking underground. And if there was additional parking, that would probably be well received by you.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Nancy, for coming and delegating this evening. And I think, you bring some good points forward. And as we start to consider the conceptual plans, we absolutely have to consider that. The library is thriving, and we need to do whatever we have to continue that and to ensure that the changes we make just enhance the library facilities and services. There is something I just wanted to mention, and I know we're concerned is the accessible parking, and we do have AODA compliancy to that. So when the plans become more final, it's mandatory for the town to provide the appropriate amount of accessible parking to the library and close to the library. So even if the conceptual plan doesn't show that, we need to have it. There's no way we cannot. It's breaking the laws. So that will be addressed in the final plans for sure. But in terms of everything else, we do need to look at that. And, it's interesting how we'd like to see the parking near. Some want to see the parking farther away to walk. It's all a different, mindset and thought process. But we need to consider this for sure. And I appreciate your feedback tonight. I know we're talking about it tomorrow night at the library. I'm sure we'll have more feedback for next week as well. So thank you so much for coming tonight.
Thank you. Mayor Daw.
Thank you very much, Nancy, for coming. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Nancy, for coming. We do appreciate it. These are, and it's been mentioned a couple of times, but to be perfectly clear, these are concept plans. So we do appreciate your input. And you and I had a conversation earlier today, and my comment was sometimes you look at things and don't see everything that other people see. So I certainly appreciate you pointing that at those issues, and it's something we'll take back. Just speaking for myself, I've always been a staunch supporter of the library, and I will certainly give you my word that whatever we do will do nothing to harm the library, but only to elevate it in status. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you very much for coming. And we're encouraging the library not just to be a library, but also to be a community hub. And the library has done some excellent work with that, and it is becoming a community hub. So we have to find a way to accommodate the parking. But at the very least, we have to find a way to accommodate, as Councillor Humphrey says, accessible parking, people with young families. One of my beefs has always been with the Aurora Family Leisure Complex is that the parking is so far away from the front door that it's really unfair to families with small children and seniors who don't have accessible stickers and issues. So thank you for bringing it to our attention.
So if there are no further comments or questions for Ms. Evely Brown, I'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Opposed? That passes. Thank you, Nancy. So our next delegation is Mr. Eric Acker, Vice President of the Aurora Cultural Center, regarding item R1, Library Square Conceptual Plans. Mr. Acker, please state your name, and you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Eric Acker. I'm resident of Greenleaf Court. Been in Aurora 28 years. I'm really here tonight on behalf of the Aurora Cultural Center Board of Directors. I'm the Vice President of the board. I'm Chair of the Governance and Nominating Committee, and I'm on the Executive Committee. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Library Square Initiative. I just have a few points. I'm not going to use all 5 minutes. First, I should point out that our board has not had an opportunity to review or discuss the proposed plans in detail. So I'm only speaking tonight on behalf of the Executive Committee, and we have reviewed this over the course of a very few days. So I would say to you that this is by no means an exhaustive review. We are, though, pleased that this important priority is moving forward. And we're very interested in participating fully in the future planning of Library Square, as well as contributing to the overall cultural review that's currently underway. We also at the Cultural Center are encouraged that there appears to be an opportunity here to increase the usable space within the Aurora Cultural Center. And we would like to be very much involved in the planning and the programming of this space. We're currently preparing a new strategic plan within the Cultural Center. Additional space would create more options to allow us to help the town achieve its cultural objectives. On the surface, and I'm, as the mayor said, dealing at a higher concept level, on the surface it appears to us that option 1 is preferable to option 2, in part because of the parking. Everybody's been talking about the parking. It is an issue for the Cultural Center as well. Option 1, sort of as we see it, replicates the amount of parking that we have today between ourselves and the library. Option 2 is less. It's a problem, and as we expand that area and activity levels increase in that area, parking is going to be a bigger issue. So I'm not here to tell you what the solution to the parking problem is. We're certainly prepared to work with whoever we're asked to work with, but there needs to be a solution found to parking in that overall area. So in principle, our executive committee supports the recommendations that have been put forward tonight in the staff report that you have, because they provide direction for a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acker. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments made by the delegation for item R1, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Humphreys. Questions or comments for the delegate? We have Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Acker, for coming out tonight. Appreciate it. You stated at the outset that you're here really representing yourself, that the board hasn't had a chance to have a thorough conversation and look at it in detail and pass along those comments. Do you foresee this coming on an upcoming agenda?
I should say the executive of the board did meet last night. So the four of us, there are 4 members of our executive, we met and decided that we should come tonight and speak to this to the extent we were able to do it. And we will deal with this in more depth at our next board meeting in June.
Appreciate that update. And just as a suggestion, I would reach out to staff and perhaps ask them to attend that meeting. Perhaps they can answer any questions that may come up about the proposal itself while you're having that discussion. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no one else, then I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That passes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Acker. And we have one final delegation, Mr. David Hurd, resident, regarding the Great Canadian Songbook event update. Please state your name, and you have 5 minutes, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you, members of council, Mayor Daw, and Mr. Councillor Kim and the chair. When the needle drops and touches the vinyl record, there is change. Things get rolling and a groove is created, and energy of sound creates memories and emotions. We know many Canadian bands are great, but there are many great unknowns who inspired with their craft. After acquiring collections from Peter Dunn's Vinyl Museum in Toronto, which closed in 1990, collections from Rick and Cindy of Storage Wars Canada fame of rare Canadian reggae and dancehall, and the collection of rare Canadiana used by Jamie Vernon to write the Canadian Encyclopedia of Pop Music. The Great Canadian Songbook on vinyl was born. It is an epic event, we believe, of unique historical proportions. July 22nd, the Arena of Dreams, built in 1967, the Aurora Community Centre that helped the careers of many like the Guess Who, Rush, Gowan, Flood, who became Saga, and many more. We promise to bring those memories to life in the Aurora Community Centre with an all-ages event. Working with staff on this epic event has been so valuable. They are a wealth of knowledge and success. We want to thank the Parks Department, Planning, Communications, and others for their interest in this event. However, we have not met our sponsorship numbers yet. If we do not, we will have to be resilient and adapt. However, we know we can promote and help build great partnerships through this event with pop-ups of the Great Canadian Songbook, and we have at least a half a dozen requests to bring the Canadian music to the community at businesses and other locations. And I can't tell you how we are excited for that. We came to the table a little bit late to offer and enhance the 150 celebrations. We have found that there's a bit of sponsorship fatigue, and many Aurora groups are lobbying for the same money, we know. But we would like to thank the 150 committee also for their offer to financially support this event with some help. However, I wish to stand the course, to not seek town dollars and work only cohesively with the town and staffs of their knowledge and event space only. To those in the community who would like to help us meet our sponsorship goals, today was our cutoff date, and the team met yesterday and we decided to extend it until Friday. And we would have to adapt, but remember, we will now bring our sponsors and partners, their name and exposure to the community and broad until December 31st, 2017. We'll be doing this the whole year. Music matters to many. Recorded music is in your hands, in your environment, when you too want to drop the needle, to feel good and to celebrate. We won't drop the ball if sponsors contact Shelley Ware at the Town of Aurora or Mr. Downey. So I say in closing, let's celebrate the recorded sound that will bring Canadians around. 33 1/3 or 45, we will bring Canadian music alive. The Great Canadian Songbook on vinyl, July 22nd, 7 to 11, at the Arena of Dreams, the Aurora Community Center. Music to our ears. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hurt. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments of the delegate? Councilor Maracus, Councilor Thompson. Any comments or questions for the delegate? Okay. So you have more?
Before this meeting, I wanted to finish the presentation. If I may add a report that I was handed.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Hurt.
Okay, so we are so much closer as of tonight. I want to take this opportunity to thank TAC, Treasure Hill, the Aurora Optimist Club, the Aurora, the Aurora Rotary Club, and the Auroran. Because of, I've just found out tonight, we are so close. We're almost there. So please, if you can help out and put us over the top, we have until Friday. And thanks for the great news. My team will be happy.
Thank you, Mr. Hurt. That's very good news indeed. So we'll go to comments and questions. So we'll start with Councillor Gardner.
Well, I don't have a question, but I would like to thank you for your dedication to this.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And David, always great to hear good news, and appreciate everything that you do. And I was just going to ask for the update when I saw it there, so that's why I wanted. But I'm looking forward to the great event.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the update tonight. This is going to be one of the biggest highlights in our 150th celebrations this year. Thank you for bringing the vinyl to Aurora. It's going to be a blast. It already is. I can't thank you enough for your passion and your team's passion and staff helping out. So if someone would like to sponsor the event, do they contact you or do they go through the town?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I'm not handling any of that. I'm the guy who's curating the music. I have people handling the visuals. We have a good team of people. I'm not touching any money. And if I could just make one other comment in regards to the playlist. What I'm holding in my hand is a band called Rhinoceros. They were considered the first supergroup. The gentleman that's in this band, a gentleman by the name of John Finley, he was an Aurora resident. And they wrote a song called Let Me Serenade You. I don't know if you heard it. You probably should have. No, but a famous band, Three Dog Night, took their song they wrote and put it to number 2 on the Billboard charts. We will be playing the Rhinoceros version with Canadian or Auroran John Finley at that event. And boy, will we be proud.
Sure, go ahead.
With you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Just to finish off, so anyone willing to sponsor, just contact the town staff, call the customer service desk, and if they would, and you're really close. Sorry, I don't want to really ask how short, but really close. Perfect. Thank you. I hope you meet your goal. I'm sure you will with that passion, and we just can't wait. We just can't wait. It's going to be a great time. So thank you so much, David.
And thank you to council to get the positive comments and some of the quotes that were in the Auroran. Fantastic. So kudos to all you folks. We want everybody to show up. And as I said, this is an inclusive event, all ages. And we're going to party. We're going to party. Aurora, this hasn't been done before. And I'll tell you, we've made a couple more acquisitions today that are some of the rarest Canadiana, and we have the only copies. This is exciting. So thank you so much.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to try and pin down a staff name. Did you mention Shelley Ware?
Shelley Ware would be a good go-to, and Mr. Downey is also taken up. So, but I mean, Mr. Downey, I know, is very, very busy, and so is Shelley, but Shelley would be the first go-to. But call the town and let them know that you're interested in supporting the Great Canadian Songbook on vinyl.
Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to hear that the town is the go-to in helping you find sponsorship. I think that's just great, and I wasn't aware of that, but it has made a difference for you?
I've been out myself, pounding the pavement and handing out sponsorship packages and getting the word out there. And there's like a lot of us out there just like trying to, and there's been some new people like aren't involved yet with the town in sponsorship. So I think we might be building some bridges for later for other businesses to come forward and say, hey, well, we'd like to help with another event. They may not be ready. This is a tough time. Like, I mean, it's right at the end of the business year for some companies and stuff, right? And they're looking to next year, but it's a tough time. But I mean, I think the team's done a great job. Kudos.
Can you just remind us of the date again, please?
July 22nd, 7 to 11 p.m., the Aurora Community Center.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. So, Mr. Hurd, so when you say we're this close, does that mean that if we grabbed the mayor's wallet, should that be sufficient to cover that little bit? You have to answer that.
Do you know what? I had the opportunity to sit with the mayor in regarding this event, and it was a great chat. But he's got some cool memorabilia on his shelves. We might be able to sell at a swap meet or something, and make some money for this.
Okay. Great. Thank you, Mr. Hurd. So if there are no further comments or questions, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Passes. Thank you, Mr. Hurd. Okay, so we have no consent items this evening, so we'll move along to our regular items. And I believe we have regarding R1, we have a staff presenter, Mr. Fausto Filippetto from our planning department. Oh, sorry, Mr. Rumuno will speak.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, in the council, just before Fausto, our senior planner, has a presentation on the two options before council in a brief video. Just provide a bit of background. I know council's aware of this, but for those who may not be aware of the background related to the cultural precinct and the Library Square study, as you know, it's been going on since the early 2000s. But most recently, we did a visioning exercise back in late 2015, 2016, and that resulted in some significant public consultation and feedback, and the last decision council made was to commit to the removal of those two existing buildings on Victoria Street, the old library and the old seniors building. And just more recently, this spring, we retained our planning consultants and design firm, Foten, to take a look at all the public feedback that we've received over the past a year or so, and refocus and prioritize on preparing the concept plans that you see here before you tonight and in the report. And staff's recommendation is for council to consider the concept plans, and in particular option one, and that the budget be considered as well for the next steps in implementing or retaining a design firm to actually come up with a final design should council provide direction on one of these concepts in order to work out the details of an ultimate design for the vision for the Library Square. But I'll hand it over to Fausto now. He'll go through some of the details and the differences between the two options, and there's also a brief video that staff have put together.
Thank you, Marco. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As Marco mentioned, our consultants prepared 2 concept plans for us. This one being displayed as concept 1 or option number 1, and I'll briefly go through it with you. I'd like to take this opportunity to again stress that this is a concept. We have heard the delegates speak about issues such as accessibility, grading. We will take the opportunity to address all of those issues through the detailed design stage. But again, this is just a concept. So going through the concept, starting in Area 1 or Block 1, this is the area that's currently housing the former senior center and former library. This concept proposes to have this area used for 76 parking spaces. This concept also highlights that this space may be used in the future, either in whole or in part, for more community space or commercial space. This concept also proposes a laneway to and from Wellington Street, and it also proposes a 1,500-meter extension to the rear of the cultural center, alongside or along with some patio area as well, located on the east side of the building. This concept proposes, identified here as number 4 or 5, a plaza area or a square area located between the library and the cultural center. And this square is proposed complete with landscaping, a large water feature, and those steps you see on either side of the buildings are actually seating. And then finally, this concept also proposes a 430-meter addition to Victoria Hall, as well as some additional patio seating as depicted here. Whoops, wrong button. This is a 3D rendering of what this square could look like. Corey McNeil, our GIS analyst, using the concept that was prepared by Photon, created this 3D imagery, and we did it just to give you a better sense of feeling and space. So again, this is a 3D rendering, hopefully highlights a little bit better what the space could look like. This is the second option. There are really 2 main differences between the first option and the second option. The first being that what you see on this map labeled as number 1, in this option, instead of being used for the 76 parking spaces, it's proposed to be used for a 2,600 square meter building, which would be used for commercial and community uses. Apart from that, the other main difference is that this option proposes vehicular access off of Church Street, complete with 20 parking spots and a turnaround that can be used for a drop-off pickup. Because of the parking, the area or the public square area would be reduced, but it's still contemplated that you'd be able to get in a fountain and some seating on alongside of the cultural center. And again, this is the 3D rendering of option 2. So as Marco mentioned, and as mentioned in the staff report, as staff were recommending option 1 from a design and function perspective. Option 1 also provides for more parking opportunity, and it also provides for the opportunity to use that space now being used for parking or proposed for parking. At any time, that space can be developed for future commercial or community uses. So some of the next steps in the process are for council to endorse a preferred option, relocate the users of the former senior center and former library, the demolition of the former senior center and former library, paving of the parking area. Now, the timing of the fourth step would be dependent on which option was chosen. And then finally, the detailed design of the library square components, such as the cultural center addition, the public open spaces, the site grading, and as well as addressing site accessibility issues and so forth. So that's my presentation. Our GIS staff also created a short video. It's 45 seconds, and what it is essentially a moving video of the 3D imagery. Option number 1. Now option 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Filippetto. May I have a motion to receive and refer the presentation to R1? Councillor Gardner, Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions for Mr. Filippetto? Yeah, just the presentation. Councillor Abel?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for the presentation. That last part was like the Property Brothers when they zap it all together. It's kind of cool. And that was our staff that did that. That's great. We were talking about the detailed design as the next step, and then there's it goes on to financial implications. It says concept plans is included in the existing consulting budget with FOTAN planning and design. Is there anywhere in the report that we can review that as a council to understand what that is? Because I looked through the through previous things with FOTAN. There's a lot, and I couldn't find anything along those lines. Is there a report or something we can look at?
Mr. Rumino? Well, let's have the questions directly at the presentation, and then we'll have questions when we introduce the regular item. Sure.
The addition to the cultural center, there was what is programming is designed to go in there? Because the delegate explained that they'd like to know in their strategy what the cultural center is going to do with all that space.
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this point, we're just showing a building block, and I think that addition is approximately 15,000 square feet. We don't have any details with respect to users or the type of space, but it is just we've added that potential square footage.
Okay, so if we're going to design something, they would probably want to know what that program space is for. Okay, all right. Well, that's it for me on the presentation. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the presentation, it shows the addition to the Church Street School not only behind it, but also going out quite far towards the east, towards the street.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. The option 2 does show an extension further east for that future expansion. Option 1 is really just an expansion to the immediate north of the cultural center. Again, shown conceptually.
But what we just saw in the 3D presentation, that was option 1 and 2?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, the presentations that Fausto went to were options 1 and 2, and those 3D models and the flyover was essentially these two options before council. Yeah, exact same options.
Okay, then, if that's all the questions for the presentation, I'll call the vote. All of those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that passes, Mr. Clerk. So we'll move on to our regular agenda items. First one is R1, Library Square Conceptual Plans. Can I have someone move item 1, please? Councillor Marcus, Councillor Thompson. Any comments or questions on item 1? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just some questions looking at option 1. Can't see which page it is. With respect to the Victoria Hall, it shows an addition at the back, but the building as it exists now is not accessible. So does that mean we would be completely reworking the existing structure and the new structure?
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Chair. If we were going to add additional space to Victoria Hall, that would be an opportunity to obviously make it accessible. Again, we don't have any program details. I'm not sure at this stage whether we would have to ensure that the entire existing structure needs to be brought up to code or not, but those are details that we'll have to investigate as we move forward.
Thank you. And with respect to the parking lot in option 1, to the north of that parking lot, it's bordering on residential. So there would be this privacy or noise issue there?
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Correct, and obviously one of the things that we could look at is additional landscaping and fencing requirements to ensure that we deal with that interface.
Would we be consulting with those residents? How would that work? Would we just, as council, decide and then do what we wanted?
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, at this point, we're still at the, at this stage dealing with the conceptual plans. I'm sure there would be opportunities as we proceed with final designs to get the immediate residents more involved and let them know what the immediate plans are with respect to any changes occurring in their, in their rear yards or their adjacent to their properties.
Thank you. And with respect to future phase for community/commercial building, is that envisioned on the parking lot, on top of the parking lot?
Mr. Rumuno?
Certainly, in option 2, again, there's an option. A portion of that parking lot, as shown in option 2, is that parking area is reduced, and there's that community/commercial building that could be accommodated within that portion of that space.
Thank you. I am looking at option 1, though, and on option 1, the fourth bubble down, it's pointing to the south part of the parking lot, and it says future phase for community commercial building.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my apologies, Councillor Gardner. You're looking at option 1, which, what number? Is it number, related to the figure on the parking area?
Well, it is in number 1. I don't know what, we have 2 pages. It is number 1. It's the one where the parking lot is in a lighter gray color, and it has the bullets or the bubbles along the sides.
Certainly. Through you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. Correct. In the second page of option 1, where we have a bit more details, we reference the parking lot, which has 75 spaces, but that reference just below that, there is the option as well to incorporate a future commercial building similar to option 2 within that parking area down the road. Yeah.
Councillor Gardner?
And that would reduce parking. So that would kind of defeat the purpose of not having, to me that doesn't make sense. Just a general comment, apart from the accessibility issues that were expressed by the library, and the question from the Cultural Center about what use we might have for the addition to the Cultural Center. I think one of the things that makes a downtown square appealing is tables and chairs, and I do like the idea of the seating. It's like stadium seating, but it's very lovely to have tables and chairs, and I don't find that the area to the east of the addition to the Cultural Center is very large. I don't know, there's quite a lot of area between the east side of the Cultural Center and the sidewalk, so I'm not sure. I don't think that's well used. And I'd also like to know what, just north of the water feature, there's a big sandy colored area. It says 40 meters on it. It's just empty. What would the intention of that be?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that sort of orangish color, that just reflects that's the our public square, the plaza area. So it would be a hard surface, and that reference to the 40 meters, that is just a indication of the space between the existing library and the cultural center. There's a 40-meter space there, but that orange area is all public civic square. It's hard surface with the fountain feature central in between the cultural center and the library.
Thank you. That doesn't appeal to me either. That seems to me could be some better use could be made of that, or certainly it could be made prettier or more vegetative. That's all for now.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just, I guess I want to, through you to Mr. Ramuno, just talk about the intent of the report before us tonight. I kind of see this process right now as similar to our public planning process, whereby, I appreciate the comments being brought forward by the residents and by the library and the cultural center as well. I think they're valid. I've heard other comments with regards to questions about, grading and elevation, especially coming from the parking lot to the library. And I think these are all important considerations. So when I look at this, and I do see it as a concept plan, and I see it, from a higher level, really, that I still believe that it's open for modification, that part of this process now is also getting the feedback from those stakeholders like the library, like the cultural center and the residents as well, and that there's still opportunities for addressing those issues. So through you to Mr. Ramuno, can you just sort of speak to, if council endorses this concept, will conversations be ongoing with the stakeholders to address some of those issues?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly we would, if council wishes, we can continue to, work with the various stakeholders. We have been taking notes, so we're aware of some of the concerns that have been raised, and with respect to the conceptual plans before us regarding grading, parking spaces. But we can certainly, subject to council's direction, meet with the various stakeholders to just obtain their input and proceeding to the next steps. And the next steps would be to, retain a designer to do the detailed work on a preferred option. And that stage will get into detailed, survey work and the actual design, nuts and bolts of a design, and what the space is going to look like, and what gets positioned where, and that'll all be subject to input from council, and if council wishes, additional input from the stakeholders.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. And similar to the comments that Mayor Daw made earlier, I had the good fortune of sitting on the library board for 8 years, and I truly understand and recognize the importance it has in this community, and I wouldn't want to see us do anything that would be perceived as driving the usage down. And so I think it's important to make sure that some of those comments that were brought forward with regards to parking and access are addressed. It's certainly my hope that what we're doing here will not only enhance the library, but enhance the cultural center, and also, help revitalize the downtown. That's the purpose that we've been trying to address throughout this whole process. And so when I look at the concept plan in front of us, I try and just think of, the overarching themes that we're talking about, really not getting caught up too much in the exact design of it. But, we're talking about moving the parking. We're talking about replacing the parking with an open square concept with a water feature. We're talking about, additions to the Church Street School, and we're talking about additions to Victoria Hall. And that's the concepts being proposed in option one. But I think there's a lot of work still to be done with regards to the final design. But to me, the question before us that this proposal presents is, let's face it, it's not going to be cheap to do this. And is there a will amongst council to move forward and make that investment in the downtown core to help enhance all that's around it? What's being proposed here, we know, will take millions of dollars. And so before we embark in all these detailed designs, there's got to be some buy-in, some resolve around council to say, yeah, we want to do this. This is a good foundation upon which to build upon. But yes, we need to address this issue and that issue. We've had such trouble over the years trying to build consensus, and I think this is where it starts. I think now the next step, if council endorses this, address those issues, try and get some costing, because I've yet to hear anybody say for sure that they're comfortable making that investment. But I think that's the next logical step.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, there was a number of months ago, and I apologize, I can't remember when, but council endorsed in principle the concept, I think, of up to $5 million for doing this. And I certainly voted in favor at that time, and I'm completely on side with moving forward with the project, but not the way it sits right now. So I've got a couple of concerns. So I'm not a big fan of all the elements of option one. So, and I certainly appreciate and want to thank staff for all the work they've done. because there is an incredible amount of work that's happened here. But as an example, in talking specifically in this case about the parking, or the removal of the parking at the library, and maybe there's a possibility to rejig how the library works. So how would we do that through you, Mr. Chair, to either Mr. Nader-Rosny or Mr. Ramuno? How would we make that work? So if we endorse concept one, how would we go about and make some of those changes? How would that follow? I think I need some comfort in that.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, it's a good point, and based on what we've heard, I mean, regardless of the option, I think one thing that we'll need to ensure that we incorporate in the final design would have to deal with ensuring that the access to the library, I mean, it's still accessible from a standpoint of delivery trucks. We're aware of ensuring that there's the required amount of accessible spaces under accessibility legislation. So those are things that we could incorporate. Notwithstanding option one doesn't have any parking between the library and a cultural center. It doesn't mean that you still can't have a laneway to allow vehicles to get in there occasionally. So that's something that we could factor into a future design, and it may be a combination of option. The next design could be a combination of option one and option two, as they sit before us this evening, with respect to how we organize the parking and access into those spaces.
Thank you, sir. And I was going to say I'm kind of keen on a hybrid between option one and option two. Option two I would like, but I would take out that commercial building that's in there, that's in place of the parking right now. A building could be added at another time, and there might be other ways to approach community space when we have some of the other things in that area that are developing. So I would see a hybrid between the two options. Again, I think generically, if you will, there's some great elements in here. I like the extension to the Church Street School. I think that's got some fabulous potential to highlight things that we don't have an opportunity to highlight at this point. So I would, as long as we understand that we're looking, and obviously other members of council are going to have a different point of view, but as long as we understand that we all have some individual items that we'd like to see in here, or perhaps not see in here, that's what we're moving forward in a generic sense. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Daw. Councillor Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, this has been a long time coming, a lot of work, staff work, and so I appreciate this coming back. Obviously, the last time we talked about this, I was not totally in favor of moving forward with FO10, bringing concept plans back, but obviously the will of council prevailed. Having said that, I think some of the elements in both concepts I like. Further to what the mayor was just talking about, as the recommendations we have on the screen in front of us, I'm not sure if I'm prepared to endorse either concept. I think they're valuable in the sense that there's some. They give you a sense of the space and maybe different items that might be possible to be put in there. What I like about both is I like the idea of whatever we decide to do with this space, having a water feature of some kind, something that can be programmed in summer, something that can be programmed in the winter. Again, open to looking at additions to the Church Street School and Victoria Hall, not only to increase amenity space, but also to maybe frame them into whatever we decide to put at Library Square. But again, like I mentioned, I don't think I have both options have elements I don't like, and therefore, to be honest, I'm a little bit hesitant to start endorsing one over the other, because I think the delegate from the library, the chair, made some really good points. I mean, we already have a parking lot right there anyhow, and with the demolition of the library and the old senior center, we're going to have a very large empty space that could also accommodate an open square water feature type concepts. And so anyhow, so I agree with the mayor as well. I'm not in favor of a potential commercial building in this space. I think for me this is going to be a public space, a community space. So anyhow, so having said all that, my issue is with again what's on the screen in front of us and some of the details of the report. Like the mayor, I remember approving a notional budget of like $5 million as a kind of here's what we're kind of prepared to support. Obviously, we're not approving any dollars tonight, so I feel like that notional approval by council is something that might still be relevant to staff. So I'm not even sure if the third clause is necessary, because again, it looks to me like we're approving the $1 million that's in the financial implications, but I don't believe we actually are. At least I'm not in favor of approving $1 million tonight. The second thing is that the next steps that are on page 3 of the report talk about paving the parking area and then going for detailed design of the remaining components. Well, to me, I think we haven't really centered in on what the components are going to be, where they're going to be situated, and so forth. So if that's the order of items that we're going to move forward on, then to me that doesn't make sense, because we're going to be moving forward paving a parking area. We already have a parking area. So my suggestion, and maybe I'll wait till other members of council speak and give their first opinions on the 2 concept plans, is, if I could look at this, I would say that these concept plans that were prepared by FOTAN be, I don't know if referred is the right word, but, brought forward to the next phase and included in the design phase, because we're going to have to hire someone to design a more detailed picture of this space. Have them included as the concepts that we've come up with. We already have the notional budget of $5 million that we passed at a previous meeting, and then go and hire a landscape architect or whoever would be best suited to give us a really detailed design, taking into what we've already done with the FOTAN and the 30 years of other info that we have on this, and move forward in that fashion. So I'm happy to endorse that the concepts be moved forward in the process. I just don't know, because like I said, I have problems with both option 1 and option 2. And so I think they both contain elements I like, they both contain elements I don't like. So that's where my head's at right now. I'll see what the council, other councilors have to say about the matter, but hopefully we can kind of rejig what's on the screen so that it's not as definitive. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Tom. Councillor Abel, then Maracus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little concerned about financial implications on page 3. It's kind of vague to me. Attached concept plans is included in the existing consulting budget with FOTAN planning and design. So I'm under the impression that they're going to be going forward, and that we're going to be allowing $1 million for them to go forward. So there's no detail, and I think we deserve a little detail on that. I suggested that we have put a committee together that would work in the consulting and the conceptual design, and had we been doing that with some of our stakeholders, like the library, like our business and our cultural partners, the cultural center, we wouldn't be looking at this. The access, obviously, to the library would have probably never been on any of these. So, that's a big miss. We should, before we do anything, take it to our stakeholders and let them have a look and get some feedback before we give it to design. Just my opinion, it seems to make sense, rather than send it to design and have them design it and then ask for feedback. We should have been working together with our cultural and our partners from the very beginning. However, I'm not in favor of either design. I'm really happy that we are moving forward on the Library Square. I mean, this is a long time coming. I just think that we need a wow factor when we're presenting it. We need buy-in. So if we had people coming in today and saying, this is great, I support it, love that, this is fabulous, but we haven't had any of that. And then around the table here, it's not been a lot of positive, except that we are moving forward. I wasn't really in favor of moving forward with FOTAN on this item, and I thought that we should have, with this conceptual plan, put it out for tender. I thought that would have been appropriate. We put it out for an RFP. In my mind, we single-sourced it, and I'm very confused about it, but just so we're sort of aware, we originally did an RFP in September, and we released it August 20th and closed it September 10th, and 45 firms picked up and one only replied, and it was because it had to be done in 90 days for November 30th. So we hired Fotan to do that in 90 days. On December 5th, we extended another $21,000 to Fotan to implement phase 3, and with the appendix, it said it would be wrapped up on January 30th. So Fotan was done January 30th in 2016. However, in February of 2017, we found that they had $20,000 left and that they would just finish off the conceptual plans, when I really thought we should have gone to tender and got another consultant, another vision. So here we are with Fotan, and it's a conceptual plan. We've seen these conceptual plans. We saw it in December 5th, 2015, when they presented in their very aggressive timeline. The block 1 was not accepted. The town park was not, and it looks like here it's not again. So I think our next step is to put an RFP out and get other firms and invite them in. If there were 45 that were picking up in September, I can only imagine there'd be 45, and get some fresh ideas. With the parking, on number 1, if you just left the parking where it was, and I know there's a grade, and you brought out a cantilever over top, you could increase that public space, and you could put an underground level underneath the existing level, so you'd have 2 levels and you'd have more open space. And you know, Centros is doing 2 floors underground, and we just got news from United Church with their new proposal. They're going 2 stories underground. I don't know why we haven't even entertained it. There's an upgrade. So we should be entertaining those thoughts. If public space is a key, don't pave it. So we can accomplish, just with that idea there, we can increase the public space, and we can solve the parking that the library has identified, working with our stakeholders and investing and working with them. I just think that we should probably not accept this and go for RFP right away and get a fresh idea, and then we can go to design. We could have something within a quarter, and something that we can work with our stakeholders, get some ideas, and go forward from there. I think I'm at my 5 minutes. At 10. Oh, I get 10 minutes. Okay, good. The idea of the water feature doesn't really have to be an open pool per se. It could be something that incorporates the running water that built this town and the mills. It could be like a waterfall or moving thing, so it doesn't take up that space. I was at, well, I mean, if you look at Toronto City Hall, it's a perfect example of what you do with a public civic square. They did put their parking underground, and on top they've got the phenomenal City Hall and an open space where they can gather thousands. And then the administrative, it's a very interesting design still to this day, even though it's 70 years old. I'm saying that again. I was at Scarborough Civic Center on Monday, and they have a civic square there. It's all concrete. There is a stage there and a big open space. So when I came out of the building, the chambers there in Scarborough, there was about 5,000 families, children and parents, and they were celebrating Canada's 150, and there was all different schools, but they all learned the same song. And the joy and the sounds of the children singing and the music and everyone moving, and with all these people gathered there on a Monday night at 6:30, it's inspiring what to do with a civic space. And that's what we want to try and do here, is create that civic space. We don't have it at our town hall here, but we can, and we do have that opportunity to create a gathering place. So we need some ideas, and we had a delegate speaking to it. The idea of a civic gathering space is it's open, and it's real easy to operate and real inexpensive to operate, because it's just gathering people there. You can bring in art exhibits, you can bring in dancing, you can build a rink in the winter, you can have entertainment, you can celebrate and then spill out. And that's what really is missing in this whole design, either of them. There isn't a big gathering place. It should be visual. There should be media. It should be like Dundas. If you look at Dundas Square, when it first was there, it was just an empty, flat concrete space, and now it's huge because they put in media. It's like Town Square. So these are the sort of ideas that I was thinking that we would get incorporated that weren't considered. And I think if we get another RFP and express some of these ideas, look at other places and bring that into a presentation. And so when it's explained to us, this is where the ideas came from, this is where we're going, and this is what it's all about. Mr. Chair, those are a few of my ideas. I'm not in favor of this. I think it missed its mark. FOTAN has been with us now for 2 years. We've got our money's worth. I'm not complaining about that. I don't understand how, when they were supposed to be finished in January of 2016, they still owed us $20,000 of service. I never knew that. No one knew that until we brought it forward in a report, and quickly it was done. And so I think we should be working with our stakeholders, and we should get another RFP. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Abel. Councillor Marakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When I first saw the concepts, I was actually, right off the bat, when I took a quick look, I preferred option 2. Because I saw where the parking was in front of the library, and I thought that helps utilize it. The more and more I looked, I started to get a better feel for option 1, and I thought that was more of the way to go. But I do agree that there's some components from option 2 that makes sense, and there's some components from option 1. But I think we need to continue to look at this from that high level. I mean, it's great to talk about details, what color brick we'd like. I'd like to see more chairs. I'd like to see more tables. I'd like to, more trees. That's what we're going to get within the detailed design that it talks about within the next steps. Right now, we need to look at a high overview of what we want to do moving forward. I hear many times that we don't have a vision. I disagree. We have a vision. We've stated it many times here at this table. We've heard it from the public. We've heard it from the residents. We've heard it from community partners, what they want over a 20-year span. And we've decided what that vision is going to be moved forward. We said we need more community space, and we said we need a civic square. I don't know how anyone doesn't see a civic square. When I look at it and you read the dimensions, you're looking at 40 meters by 62 meters in option 1. That's almost 26,000 square feet of open space. What we do with that space is what we'll deal with within that detailed design. Right? Does the water feature need to look exactly what it is right in this picture? Absolutely not. We'll figure it out when we get to that detailed design. Does the fact that in option 1 there's really no way to get to the back door of the library? Yeah, we'll figure those out. We'll take those comments in within the detailed design, and the design firm will develop and incorporate that. We all have some concerns, but as we move forward, this is at a high level, and let's say, does it incorporate some of the stuff that we'd like to see? Does it have added community space? Yes. Does it have a civic square? Yes. That's what we've been looking for. That's what we're going to look to do to revitalize the downtown. That's what we've been asking for. It's here in front of us. Let's move forward to that next step. I agree with Councillor Tom as far as I'm not in favor of, if we approve to go to that next step, that we look at paving the parking lot right away. I would eliminate that aspect of it, but I definitely think that we need to move forward, if we do, in the demolition of the 2 buildings and get those detailed designs back. And then we can move forward as far as the uses of those extensions to the Church Street School. I mean, we've looked at many options and had discussions. Do we bring the theater into the fold? Or is it just community space? So those are some of the things that we'll have some discussions on, and we'll continue to hear from the public while we're in that detailed design. And that's some of the stuff that the design firm that we put out, and we get to come back and to develop those detailed designs that they'll look at. And they'll also make some suggestions and say, we've heard from you guys, from council, from this town, that they would like to see these things incorporated in. And so they'll get into those detailed aspects and say, here you go. And then we can finally make a decision on Library Square. And I'm looking forward to moving forward and continuing the revitalization of downtown.
Thank you, Councillor Marakis. Councillor Gardner, if you don't mind, I'm just going to go to Councillor Humphreys. It's her first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate being able to speak. I am in favor of option one. I like Councillor Marakis and others. There's both option one and options. There's probably features in both that I would like to see a little more amalgamated. But as to Councillor Marakis' point, this is a concept. We're going to get into the details in next phase, like design details and what we could do with those buildings and some of the pretty amazing opportunities we're going to have with this space. We need to move forward. It's still giving us a civic space that we can gather and go to. Yes, there's absolute areas of not concern, but things we need to change and adjust for sure. But for me, I'm really looking forward to going forward. I'm so happy we're at this point. And once we get past here, we can move on to that next step to get into the design phase. And I'm looking forward to that. I mean, lots has been said. We've been talking about this for years and years and years. I'd hate to see this stop and start over again. I think we've gone through a lot. This is not perfect, 100% not perfect at all. We have a lot of work to do, but it is a step in the absolute right direction. And from there, we take the comments from tonight, and we start to see when we fine-tune the plan how we can all really enjoy this downtown core. So I'm looking forward to it, and I hope we can vote on this tonight and see some progress. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Just my thought before we go to for the second time. I just wanted to clarify one thing through to our solicitor. We had a comment about AOTA and accessibility and access. Can you just quickly confirm what exactly what does AOTA state about having handicap parking close to the actual building?
I did a quick review of the Accessibility Act today, and I saw that it did discuss the types of parking and the standards, but it doesn't discuss the location of it. So in my mind, it doesn't have to be beside a building, right next to the building, but it does need to be in the vicinity. And then our zoning bylaw does offer some suggestions as well.
Thank you, Mr. Serio. I had the same concerns as Councillor Tom, and I think we'll probably all be in agreement that the $1 million commitment without some more detail in terms of what that is going to get us, and frankly, it did surprise me in terms of such a big ask with very little detail. So I'm fine with moving ahead with one of the two designs or a hybrid portion, but without the money commitment. And so I'd like to ask Mr. Ramuno, how is the $1 million commitment and moving forward with one of the two concept plans or a hybrid, how are they linked, and will not approving the $1 million, will that impact going to the next stage with this?
Certainly to you, Mr. Chair. That $1 million that we identify as staff's preliminary estimate to achieve the next steps. And really, again, it's our estimate to deal with the demolition of the existing buildings, paving the parking area. And again, I mean, there's a proviso there that we may not want to necessarily do that until we complete the design and perhaps any additional community space that we may build. But that $1 million dealt with demolition, paving the area, but also dealing with the detailed final design for the implementation of a preferred concept plan. I mean, again, if council isn't comfortable with proceeding with, a procurement process to actually engage a consultant to prepare a final design, we're at council's pleasure. Staff can come back to council with a, we've heard this hybrid option. Staff can come back with some additional one or two concept plans, which really incorporate some of the things we heard here tonight. Staff has that capability. Just to be clear, FOTAN has fulfilled their obligations, their original contract obligations with the town. That first sentence and financial implications, they prepared these two concept plans, so they are, they fulfill their commitments. Moving forward, then we would engage a new, firm or a firm to finalize design drawings, or staff can, or if council directs, staff can come back with additional very high level conceptual plans trying to reposition and some of the parking area and features that you see here in option 1 and 2. We can come back with some more ideas based on what we've heard this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Rumino. I guess what I heard from you then is that they're not directly tied, and thank you for clarifying that the 1 million ask is including the demolition and paving and all the other the physical activities that's going to need to happen to clear the area. I'm just looking more for the cost of next stage in the design and the planning of it, as opposed to mixing in with all the other physical needs that needs to happen. I think, as it was expressed with a couple of my fellow councillors, I'm not neither happy with design 1 or 2. I mean, somewhere in between would be good. In fact, I'm leaning towards the concept 2 because of the parking and the needs of the library. And I think, given that the two major stakeholders in Library Square is, like its namesake, the library and the cultural center, I certainly think that we need to draw them in closer as we get into the more detailed portion of this. And I was listening to everyone. I'm kind of reminded of when I sometimes watch HGTV. I find that when people go and see a structure or a house, they can't see past the physical views. They can't see what can be. And I think essentially when you have 50, 60,000 square feet, there's only so much you can do with it. And I think in terms of the different borders and the parameters that they put in place, I thought they did a decent job. I wasn't pleased with the first draft from FOTAN, but I didn't know what to expect, frankly, in the second draft. But I thought, at the very least, it met my expectations in terms of what I had expected. And essentially, as it was mentioned, we have a 30,000-foot view, and what we put in it is at the next stage. Let's see. So that's my comment for now. So go for a second time with Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm going to try and be polite. A concept to me is an idea, and we're all in support of an idea of a gathering place, a civic square. And this has been going on, as far as I can count, since Tim Jones' council in the year 2000. And of course, we want to be the council that does this. But it shows you how hard it is to do, because every one of those councils has tried. When I look at this plan from FOTAN, I want to say, this is not the designer that I want to use. And the one glaring thing is, how could we be presented with a concept plan that completely removes accessible parking from the picture? And I know from being on the Accessibility Advisory Committee, when we review site plans, it's a given that there's going to be accessible parking by the building. And we usually try and put it by the front door. So here we have a plan that seems to ignore the AODA, which I believe is provincial legislation. We've got a very large parking area that will service the community, the cultural center, but really is very inconvenient for the library. And on top of that, we have a note that part of this parking lot can be used for a future phase for community or commercial building. So take away the parking from the library, give us this parking lot, and suggest that maybe we want to use part of it for a building in the future. I want somebody to come to us and say, okay, I know you want a gathering place. I know you want a civic square. You may want a water feature. You want a place where people can sit and relax. You want to make better use of your cultural center. You want to really encourage the library to be a hub. I want someone to come to me with a design. I don't want to endorse an idea that, to me, really, we're no farther along. Really, we're no farther along if you look at it in the practical sense. Because we've got a concept that doesn't work, and so now we have to work on the concept and keep bringing it back and back. I believe that Councillor Abel is right. We need to put it out there. We need to say, okay, you specialize in downtown revitalization and heritage areas. Come to us with some designs. Let us look at them. I absolutely am disappointed. I think FOTAN has fulfilled its responsibilities to us. I think we need to go out there to the wider design community and have someone come and us to say, you know what? That looks right.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councillor Gardner. And I would nominate you to be chair of the committee to run this and get it forward. We have to listen to some of these words, and I appreciate what was said. As far as this civic square that we asked for, you want to maximize a civic square. 40 meters is nothing compared to what's available. I mean, we've got that parking space up there on top there. That should be the civic square. When you look at the huge squares that are everywhere, they don't take a part of that space and use it. They use it all. And that's where we should be. And we should introduce the idea of an underground parking here. If you took that parking lot and put it underground, you'd have a tremendous square on top of there. And that's what we need, is someone to come forward and say something like that. So I applaud you, Councillor Gardner. You said it better than I could.
Mayor Daw.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, could I, Mr. Nidarosny, if you could help us with some wording, I think, well, certainly from my point of view, and I know that Councillor Tom expressed the same concern, just the wording there, does that tie us into option one and to approve a budget? I don't have a problem with step three. I appreciate Councillor Tom's point of view. Could you help us with point two? Is there some wording that you might be able to suggest that council would be comfortable with in terms of moving forward? Because I do support the concept of moving forward in this. As one of the delegates pointed out, I stood at that podium, I think 2005 or 2006, and said, yes, we need to move forward in terms of the library and take those two buildings down, and we're, 10, 11, 12 years later, we're getting close. So, and I think I think we're getting closer now, I hope. But again, I want to be comfortable that what we approve tonight is going to put us in a position where staff can carry on the work that they've been doing, but without tying us into too much of a box at this point, if all that makes sense.
Mr. Nadarasna?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly there could be some wording around that a hybrid of the options 1 and 2 be developed, taking into consideration the input received. The question that I would ask, though, of council is, do you want staff to take a shot at that, sort of, within the type of drawings you've seen now, just another rough layout that presents a hybrid? Or do you want some more design work done? Because as has been stated, we're finished with FOTAN at the moment, so it's a question of whether you want to throw some resources into that hybrid or whether you want us to take a shot at it with the existing input and the existing work that we have from FOTAN. So one option would be just that a hybrid of options be developed taking into consideration the input received, and you could say further that a budget be proposed by staff to continue the design process, including a new procurement process for design services.
Mirador?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Ramuno, you can just nod, but I think your staff would be capable to take what we've heard tonight and put some drawings together. So I'd be perfectly happy with that. We've got some pretty talented people upstairs. So.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm not sure what I'm doing, Mr. Clerk. Am I doing an amendment, or are we contrary? So we should, if we want this, if we wish to do that, we would let this fail and then come back to Mr. Nader-Rosny. Okay.
So we're going to vote on this, and if it fails, then we're going to have an amendment?
No, not yet.
Or,
but yeah, that would be the process.
okay, so Councillor Marakis is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I wouldn't be in favor of, not that I don't think that staff could do a good job coming back, but I like, do we look at it and say that let's have a hybrid? Yeah, but I think it's let's allow for both concepts be put forward to the next step when we're going to go out for an RFP for someone to do that detailed design, and they can incorporate those two concepts into that detailed and all the comments into their detailed design that they present back to us. So I don't think that we need to have staff take their time in kind of fudging this and come back and say, well, here's something that it could look like, because that's still not going to, I still don't think that that's going to get us to a point where we look at it and say, because some of us might say, well, I don't like what you did over here, and I don't like what you did over there. So I think it's just I think that's a wasted exercise. I think we can get to the next step and allow for that detailed design. But through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno, if we do go to the next steps, are we not, my understanding is this is going to be an RFP that goes out to tender, and that anyone's going to be coming forward, that we're not tied to be using FOTAN at all moving forward?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, that's correct. We'd go through a procurement process to, obtain a design firm, and there'd be a bidding process there.
Councilor Marcus.
Thank you. And through you, we heard a lot about possible underground parking, and so I guess through you too, I'm going to ask Mr. Downey, I think, on this one, because I think he has some knowledge on this with past reports. Has there been any studies or any type of drilling to check on whether underground could be feasible in this area?
Through you, Mr. Chair, when we first started this project, we did 20 test wells, I believe, in the area. Water is found about 18 inches below the ground in that particular area, so if we do dig a hole, it will fill with water. That could be mitigated by pumping on a regular basis through engineering, so it could always be engineered if you wanted to go through underground parking. But there is a water issue. When we built the library, we found 5 wells in the area, so we do have a lot of underground water that we would need to deal with in that particular area.
Councilor Marcus.
Thank you. So just moving forward, I think that maybe, for me personally, I think if we change the wording that both concept plans that were prepared by FOTAN Planning and Design for Library Square, I don't even think it needs to be endorsed, but be presented to the design firm that will be ultimately doing the detailed design through the RFP process. So I'm just thinking something like that. I don't know, we can clean up some of the language, but that's what I would be looking at. And I guess one more question, I'll ask a question. Councillor Gardner has a question, but I'll ask it through you to Mr. Ramuno. Do we have to accept the lowest bid in any RFP, or could we even sole source it? Do we have a lot of options, or are we stuck with a certain procurement set of rules?
Mr. Ramuno or Mr. Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the RFP process, you can put together your evaluation criteria. And so it's not necessarily lowest price. And in fact, on RFPs, we often do a 2-envelope system where you're evaluating the proposal without knowing what the bid price is. So you're evaluating it on the experience of the firm, similar projects, the credentials of the individuals assigned to the project, timing, all kinds of different evaluation criteria you can put together. Highest points, then move on. You open the pricing envelope, maybe it's worth 30% or 40% of the overall score. And then, but you are generally tied to the evaluation criteria and process that you establish before you start the process.
Councilor Marcus?
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Yeah, so that's great to hear too, because from what I'm hearing is we can set those terms of reference in exactly what we're looking in a firm. And so I'm comfortable with that, and I think that we can set it to exactly what we want. We've heard that we want someone possibly that specifically does work in downtown areas, downtown cores, revitalization projects, and so that could be part of the terms of reference, and I'm sure staff has heard us many times, and I'm sure that they'll incorporate that in those terms of reference. So as I said, I think if we can kind of fix that wording to that, as I said, that where we're incorporating both concepts to move forward and get that detailed design, I think that might be what we're all looking for.
Okay, so why don't we hear from Councillor Tom, and then I'll have a final say, and then I'll ask Mr. Clerk to summarize what we're all trying to say here in terms of what he heard. Councillor Tom?
Good luck. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll try to be quick. As I mentioned before, not to relitigate all this, but I wasn't in favor of FO10 for this stage of the process. Obviously, I wasn't a fan of what they brought forward in the first place. However, they presented us with some concepts. That their budget is now fulfilled, their contract is now fulfilled. So wouldn't it be just the simplest? And I'm going to ask our CAO, can we not just receive them and then move on to the detailed RFP? Because obviously anyone who's going to provide us with, we're going to put an RFP out, anyone who's going to provide us with documents and applications to that RFP is going to look at, or we can provide them with, the plans that FO10 has come up with, both these two concepts and everything that's come before, so that they get a sense of what's been done in this area already. So wouldn't the simplest option just be to receive this report, and then whatever the wording needs to be is, have staff come back with a report on the RFP that's going to be put out or whatever? I think that's the simplest way to move forward. I think everyone would probably be okay with moving forward on that. It just seems that way we're not endorsing one concept over the other. So can you comment on that? Would it be easy to just receive and then move forward with the RFP process?
Mr. Nadarasne?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, at this stage it probably is, since you're not, doesn't seem like there's consensus on option 1 or 2, so you're in essence receiving. So I could suggest wording something along the lines that options 1 and 2 be advanced to the design process, and the staff come back and propose a budget to move ahead with the demolition and design services required to move forward. Something like that might be.
Thank you. I mean, personally, I think I'd probably be more in favor of just receiving those reports, because again, they're going to be they're on the public record now, and then they're obviously going to be a part of, or at least considered by anyone who comes forward. But the second half of that I'd be stoked on. So whether or not we need to defeat what's on the screen, or we can have an amendment, because I mean, obviously the report's going to be received, no one's opposed to that. And then the last line you mentioned, Doug, was that we would move forward. You said something about the RFP and moving forward, so I don't know if that gives you guys the latitude to move forward with that process.
Mr. Nadarasne?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can, subject to the clerk's ruling here, we could probably modify Number 2, that says that options 1 and 2 be received and advanced to design process. So it's like a weaker endorsement, frankly. And it's keeping both alive, so that some aspects of either could be kept into the process. And then the other one was that staff proposed a budget to move ahead with demolition and design services required to move forward. So that was the second part. So that could really replace number 3, because it still requires us to come back, though, for a budget to pick a number and a funding source to move ahead.
Mr. Tom?
So I guess if that would be in order to make an amendment, I would make that amendment. All I would say is, I just be even simpler. My amendment would be, so the second operative clause there is that I would say that the concept plans prepared by FOTEN Planning and Design for Library Square be received, and that the budget for the line you just described about the budget for the RFP process be brought back to council or something like that. I don't know. We'd have to maybe get you to repeat that secondary line. Do you have it written down? I can just read it out or whatever, but or pass it to the clerk. Whatever. But I think that's where my head would be at. So obviously that's very unspecific. But yeah, so that the second line would just read: the concept plans prepared by FOTEN Planning be received, and that the whatever that line was. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Clerk, would you be able to provide some input here?
Perhaps just read that line that Doug had prepared out again, or on the third line. Yep. Yeah, put it on the overhead. That would be awesome. So, or just have Linda type it up. I don't know if you got the second line bit that I put. Okay.
We get out right now at time, or just get this one? Yeah. Did we type it in?
So that got the last bit. So all I would say was that what I meant to say was that the second line would read that the options, the concept plans prepared by FOTEN be received instead of endorsed. And I've just said the concept plans. And then the third line, as Doug had suggested, that staff proposes a budget to move forward with demolition and design services required to move forward.
Yeah. So if this is going to be the amendment, can I have a, so I guess Councillor Tom is moving this?
Yeah, I'm just saying that what's on the screen, the second line was changed, and I was just saying that all I really wanted was that it be received.
Can we change that then?
Yeah, and the concepts be received by FOTEN, whatever. The original line was even better than this, but.
Councillor Tom, is this verbiage more to your liking?
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, so are there any speakers to the amendment? Or can I have a seconder for the amendment? Mayor Daw, speakers on the amendment, Councillor Marakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, has a budget not been proposed within the report?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, the budget that staff proposed, and there was, again, an estimate was the $1 million to complete the steps the 5 steps identified in the report, preliminary.
Councillor Marakis.
So the only one that I'm seeing that wouldn't actually, that would affect the budget amount that you have within the report is the paving of the parking area. I mean, so I think if you can just identify how much roughly that would be and just minus that from that, we have a proposed budget for a detailed design and for the demolition of the 2 buildings. And, you know, because I think that this is asking you to come back once again with a proposed budget, which is, to me, basically in front of us, and where we should be looking at moving forward with an RFP process. And I'm not seeing that within this, so I wouldn't be able to approve this as it's worded. If it was worded and said that to have staff put out for the RFP process, then I would feel more comfortable. But I'm not in favor of the way it's worded currently.
Councillor Marakis, did you want to put in a friendly amendment before we move on to further comments?
Well, it's up. I mean, if Councillor Tom feels that it's a friendly amendment to change the wording, that I'm like I said, the budget's already there. It might not be $1 million, but if you remove that paved parking portion of it, the proposed budget is there. So, like, I don't know how we can change the wording to accommodate that. The fact that I just don't see the need of the staff to come back to us and propose a budget to move ahead with the demolition and design services. I think it should be that staff move ahead with an RFP and with the demolition of the 2 buildings. I mean, we've already approved the demolition of the 2 buildings, but I mean, I'm just not comfortable with the wording. I don't know how to fix it to that. I think that will make all of us happy. If Councillor Tom has an idea, I'm more than happy to.
Actually, I think Mr. Nadarasny would like to take a shot at the verbiage.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps it's as easy as taking out the words "propose a budget to," so it becomes that staff move ahead to the demolition design services required to move forward.
Councillor Tom?
Thank you. Because Doug, if you may, obviously, if that's the way it's worded, staff's gonna have to come back and let us know anyways. So I'm fine. I'm fine with that. To be honest, as a friendly amendment, as long as the mayor is okay with that, so that's fine with me as well. I just want to get the project moving, and if this helps us along, I know it's been a long item already for the folks in attendance, but we want to make sure we get it right. So, and that we're all moving forward together. I think so. I'm happy with that.
Okay. Councillor Gardner on the amendment, please. Oh, sorry, Councillor Marakis?
Thank you, and that's much better. But and I know I'm wordsmithing right now, but can we just let staff move ahead with the demolition and the RFP? I don't know, or procurement, or the preparation for an RFP for the design services required to move forward. Is that, I know I'm wordsmithing, but if we can just add that in, I'd feel more comfortable at that point. Is that fine? Linda, did you get that?
Yeah. So, Ms. Secretary, can you put that in there?
That staff move ahead with the demolition and the procurement for the design services required to move forward. Yeah, but it will, once they put out.
I think it has to. We have to do the RFP stuff. I don't know if I'm to put that in there because I think it has to. So it needs to say RFP and it all comes back to council.
That's that.
No. If it's above a certain amount, it comes back to council, but we need to be involved. We need to say what's in the RFP or we won't get the right to sign. Yes. I think that can be a request, no? Doesn't it?
Yeah. Can we? How about we take our health break until we figure this out?
Can I have a motion to have a 10-minute health break right now? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Marakis, all those in favor? Okay, we'll be recessed for 10 minutes.
Okay, so
we can't leave that to staff.
So, oh, Wendy's is on. Just go to the podium.
Thank you for that reference to Damien. Yeah, I think we're still too. We're going to set up. So there's no more than I would expect.
I think so.
Literally just closed the report. Well, we got 3. We thought we had 4. We lost
Yeah.
So we've got 3.
Can we look at the presentation?
Well, I would bring on this. One of the things we're finding, we're 11 now with the councils, and it's a lot of work on the directors because they staff most of them 2 committees. So if we had 2 or 3 more directors, that distributes the workload to be more even. And, there's nothing magic about this date. That we just wanted to do it now because our annual meeting is coming up. We could change, call a members meeting and add a person to the board. We have to get flexibility. One of the things I found as chair of the governance is learning how to change bylaws. Great power to have. Okay, thank you, but I think he's going to be fine.
Well, this is Eric. Eric is the vice president.
Well, we have said for some time that we have space constraints.
With the museum.
With the museum.
Correct. And then you get what the museum is there, you would kind of be able to manage to do your other business.
There's already a shortage. Right. It does create a I don't. I mean, it's hard to disagree with what you're saying. To my knowledge, HOTEN never came to us and made a presentation or engaged us or invited us to come to. So when it comes out, we saw it last Thursday.
Get the impression that we add so much to it. I don't want to see it, but it didn't come from us. It didn't come from us. It didn't come from them. So all those things that they did, they said, okay, so you have participated in the grass and what can you bring you downtown? But that was impetus for this. So we've done extensive stuff. So, and that's no one said this. No one came forward and said that.
Because right away, I'm just thinking of the parking requirements. You know, already the whole concept is bursting for shortage of parking. And then you want to have the need for more parking and take away area that can be used for the school. I know it isn't. You know, down here, because I used to go to I did a concept proposal back in 2005 for multi-level parking behind the library. He shot me down the Underwater River.
Every building in Manhattan, every building in Manhattan includes a riverbed. Yeah. And builds their buildings. Seals it.
I'm wondering if they use community space that turns into a reflection of a massive
we got to
no confidence in me. We met. Yeah, I saw that. Well, I used my answer back there.
I think everybody wants to see it move forward. It's a matter of trying to figure out what's the best design, the best, I know there's some other concerns. Yes, that's what we're fighting.
They turned more over. They gave more power back to the municipality.
They did. They're gonna essentially rename OMB, change to local planning, appeal board, and essentially that's what they're gonna make us more accountable.
Okay, if all the members can get to their seats, please. Attention Kmart shoppers, we have a special. Okay. Yes, they do. So where were we now? So we're waiting for the. Is this it?
Yes, chair to me.
Okay. Okay.
We have some residents.
Number 7.
I think it's the zoning bylaw.
I think that's R7, right? That Sandra mentioned.
And anything that's time sensitive.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we will commence. So the mover and seconder, Councillor Tom and Mayor Daw, are you okay with the language here? Okay, so any further speakers to this amendment? Mayor Daw?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern actually was with the wording before, so I'm fine with this because there was, item number 2, there was no, we were just receiving it, so there was no direction. Again, I will stress that I think we have the basis of a good plan, and I'm looking forward to moving forward, if I'm not being redundant, to moving this along. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. I'm supportive of the amendment before us. I think that, listening around the table, I think we all support the idea of the development of the area. We all support the idea of moving ahead, but, we're understandably, there are concerns and everybody wants to be cautious in the approach. And I think this is, a baby step forward. And so as long as we're moving forward, I'm happy to support the motion.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. Thanks for all the work that we've done around the table. Do we need to put in a dollar figure? Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Nader-Rosny or Mr. Elliott, do we need to put a dollar figure in here?
Mr. Nader-Rosny?
Through you, Mr. Chair, certainly our preference would be to identify a dollar amount and a source of funding so that we know that part of it is, we don't have to return for that. So we were talking about it, we would suggest $500,000 you'd get the final, it would come back to council before we spent anything anyway, but at least it gives us, we think, enough money to have a thorough design process, as well as we think that the demolition would fall within that amount as well. So the treasurer has put up the suggestion that a $500,000 budget be set aside to come from the council discretionary reserve fund.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Elliott, how much do we have in that fund at the moment?
Mr. Elliott?
Yeah.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, that reserve fund has just over $1 million in it, with about it's got over $1 million in it, and so we're just apportioning that to this project at this point.
Thank you. And through you again, I think to Mr. Naderozny, and the RFP process, I'm sorry, I think you said something about the RFP process. Is that going to be coming to council, or is council going to be able to submit ideas for that, or how does that work?
Mr. Naderozny?
Through you, Mr. Chair, at this stage, we would just follow the procurement bylaw normally, and we would develop a terms of reference and so on, and put that out as part of an RFP package. Certainly, we could, keep council apprised of how that process is moving along. But I mean, right now there's no formal place in our procurement bylaw that would have us bring that back to council per se.
Councilor Gardner?
Thank you. Is that something that council could, not council, but councillors could ask to see perhaps before it goes out? Or for council to know what's going to be in that RFP process, just generally what the parameters are?
Mr. Net?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't see any problem sharing sort of the terms of reference that we would propose to put out as part of the package before it went out to the marketplace.
Thank you. That would be great.
Councillor Tom, are you okay with the addition of clause 4 in the amendment? With the details? Okay.
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The demolition, would that follow the normal procurement process? Would there be a tender sent out and asked for that?
Mr. Naderozny?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we would initiate a new procurement process. There was some work done years ago, some estimates done, but they're well expired, so we would start another procurement process for that.
Okay, then if that's all the comments, then I'd like to call the vote. All those in favor of this motion, say, well, it's kind of, well, the main motion as amended. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries, Mr. Clerk. Yes, Mr. Clerk.
Through the chair, essentially that council just voted on the main motion right there as the amendment. We incorporated both wording, so this is the we would accept this as the main motion if that was okay with the rest of council. It seemed like that was the intent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I'd like to, so R1 is completed. Can I canvass the audience in terms of if you're waiting for R7? Anyone else? Okay, so can someone, sorry, R7 and 4? 5. Okay. So can I have a mover for R4? Okay, Councillor Humphreys and Mr. Mayor. Okay, so all in favor?
To move over 4 and 5.
Yeah,
4 and 7.
4 and 7.
Move up.
No, so it was 4 and 5.
Oh, sorry, 4.
Okay, 4, 5, and 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we'll go in that order. 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so so Councillor Humphreys moved and Mr. Mayor seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries. 7 first. Okay, so we'll go to item 7 first. Yeah. Any comments to item 7? Okay, would someone like to put that on the floor? Mr. Mayor and Councillor Humphreys, comments, questions? None? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries, Mr. Clerk. Okay, so we'd like to, anyone like to move item R4? 5? Okay, we'll do R5. We'd like to move R5. So who's moving R5? Councillor Abel, second?
No, 7.
7. Someone second R4? R5? Okay, Councillor Humphreys. Someone put R5 on the floor, please. Okay. Questions and comments, and Councillor Humphrey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say that I actually really like this development. I believe we received, if I'm not mistaken, the concept design in front of us. Thank you, Mr. Bruno. And I just wanted to comment that I appreciate the small space that this development can fit in and actually fits into the, you know, the streetscape. It actually fits. It looks like it belongs in that area, and I just wanted to say thank you to the developer in looking at, you know, what we need in this area of town, and I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a huge improvement to the area, and hope we can get moving forward on this. And thank you for the extra visual here on development. I think it's really great. So looking forward to it to move forward. Thanks.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I guess through you to Mr. Muno. Mr. Muno, this is, I guess it's a redevelopment. Are we allowed to have parking spaces in the floodplain? There's only one new one proposed in the floodplain, but does Lake Simcoe approve of that?
Mr. Muno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the authority is okay with parking within the floodplain. They'll need a variance for that. The applicant will need a variance for that because currently our zoning doesn't permit parking in the floodplain. However, the Conservation Authority have signed off on the development, but one of their requirements is that any of those parking spaces that are within the floodplain should be identified as not allowing overnight parking. Conservation Authority, of course, is just concerned with the worst case scenario if there is a 100-year storm that those parking spaces not be used overnight. Having said that, notwithstanding the applicant is providing 25 spaces, about half of those are within the floodplain. The parking rate is still in keeping with our promenade parking supply rate, and it is an existing condition where the owner does own the building next, just immediately to the south, and the parking exists out back there now. It's an existing situation. So the one condition that would be that those parking spaces in the floodplain would be identified as not permitting overnight parking.
Councilor Gardner?
Just for clarification, I'm not sure I understand. So there's 25 spaces, 12 are in the floodplain, so 12 can't be used for overnight parking. There's 12 apartment units. So would that mean that each apartment has a dedicated spot that's not in the floodplain? Because people will need to park overnight.
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, that's something that we'll need to identify in the site plan agreement with the applicant, identifying those spaces and having them properly designated for residents. There are a total of, between the existing building, which currently has 8 units, and the proposed 3-story building, 12 units. There will be a total of 20 residential units, plus the approximately 400 or 500 square meters of, square meters of commercial space at grade.
Okay, so 20 parking units and 13 spots that are not in the floodplain. So I don't understand how that can work. Because people are living here and they need to park overnight. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno.
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, obviously, it is a concern in a lot of downtown areas that do have floodplains within part of downtowns. And there are existing developments, so as part of our promenade plan, we did identify a reduced parking rate. And there's policies in the plan that identifies that those parking rates established in the plan could be further reduced by council based on the circumstances. And some of those, even though they don't specifically identify floodplain issues, but we know there are issues up and down Yonge Street. The other condition is that, you know, if development is adjacent to a high order transitway, parking spaces could be further reduced. So we will work with the applicant if council directs us to proceed to identify those spaces, and he'll have to make arrangements with making it clear to those future owners or tenants that only a certain number of parking spaces could be used overnight.
Councilor Gardner?
Well, thank you. I have to say that I have a lot of concern about this. We're starting out with the zone requiring 46 spaces. We're reducing that almost by half, and then we're reducing that again by half because of the floodplain. With respect to the promenade plan, do we allow parking in front of a building during redevelopment?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, within the downtown and upper downtown policies do discourage parking in front of the building, essentially along Yonge Street frontage. And so with this proposed development, you know, the building is brought right up to the Yonge Street frontage. The existing parking out front relates to, again, the existing building. So then that's an existing situation.
Thank you. With respect to the north elevation, there's a 0-meter side yard on the north elevation, but I see the north elevation has windows in it. Or perhaps I'm just reading that wrong.
Mr. Ramuno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. That's correct, and even though it doesn't reflect on this plan, there is a bit of an indentation to permit those windows, and the applicant, as part of the building permit review process, would the designs and the plans would need to comply with the building code with respect to ensuring that there's sufficient space along any elevation for windows between any abutting buildings.
Thank you. And are these windows that I see on page 14, are these windows, figure 5, are these windows to apartments, to living spaces?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, the upper 2 levels are for the 12 residential units, and at grade will be commercial.
I think this is the last question. It's about the environmental protection zone. Are we talking about floodplain, or are we talking about the environmental protection zone at the back of the property?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, it's an EP zone because of the floodplain. So it is within the regulated area, but a portion of that rear property that is zoned EP is part of the floodplain.
Thank you. So there, for the houses that are on Temperance, there's a space in between those backyards and the parking lot?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Right onto the backyards of the homes on Temperance? No.
Look at, the parking in behind the proposed building. So there is a separation between the lots that on the east side of Temperance Street, their lot line will abut the existing and future parking area of this proposed development.
Thank you. In my opinion, I appreciate the developer is trying to do a development here. This makes absolutely no sense to me with respect to the windows, the parking in the floodplain. It just makes no sense to me. I won't be able to vote for it.
Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Just following along those same concerns, through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, this can't be the only, I guess, residential building we have that has parking in the floodplain. I'm thinking of Matchell Avenue and the apartment building down there. So now perhaps it predates some of the changes, but the people that live in that apartment building must park in that parking lot overnight, even though it's in a floodplain. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. That's entirely within the floodplain. So is the building and the parking. And my understanding is the parking lot does get flooded out occasionally.
Thank you. And so while I understand the concern of Lake Simcoe and wanting to have this, to the best of your knowledge, there's a number of, I guess, situations where people are parking overnight in a floodplain. Maybe it's because the building predates the changes, but this is not unusual.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, it's not unusual, especially in areas like the Yonge Street corridor where there are some floodplain issues. The Matchell Avenue building predates the sort of the floodplain mapping, so it is not unusual. I mean, some municipalities, we don't have a special policy area, but it's something that we may want to try and incorporate into our next OP area. And the purpose of special policy area is really to identify these areas of downtowns where you want to see some redevelopment happen, but there are issues with floodplain matters. So a special policy area really just identifies the area as an area for redevelopment, notwithstanding there are some floodplain issues.
I appreciate that. My only other question really, and I don't know if it's easily available for you, but in terms of the site plan that's within our report, it shows the parking in front of the existing building. And so will those spots still be maintained?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. Those are most of those 5 spaces in front of the building exist, and the parking spaces essentially to the south and behind the existing 2-story building all exist currently. I think, and so does the parking area. So it's not paved behind the proposed building, but that'll be proposed to be paved. But as mentioned, about 12 of the spaces are within the floodplain area.
Thank you. And I guess I'm just trying to reconcile because, before council, we got a visual rendering of the building and it looks great, but I see entrances to the side of the building, which if I try and reconcile it with the site plan, means that at least one of them opens up right into a parking space. So I guess that's my comment back to you to take a look at, because on the site plan, that parking space is pretty much touching the existing building. So I don't know how that door is going to be functional.
Mr. Ramuno?
So.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's something we'll definitely take a look at, but I am hearing from the owner behind me that I think that the existing entrance doesn't encroach into the parking space, but it is something that we'll take a look at when we finalize a site plan agreement, if we get to that stage.
Overall, I think it's great. I'm very supportive of it. I think those are some minor details that just need to be addressed to make sure that the site is accessible and functional. But, I think that this development will be great and will further our efforts towards downtown revitalization, and I'm supportive of it.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Dahl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just point out that a couple of years ago when we were having a discussion with the Hillary House group when they were looking at doing a bunch of redevelopment work on their property, that we, in conjunction with the LSRCA, had discussions in terms of them building a parking area in the back so that they could bring people in and make more use of their property. And the LSRCA was fully supportive of that as long as there was no overnight parking. So indeed, this is not unique. I do support the proposal.
Councilor Marcus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be quick as well. I'm supportive of the application moving forward. I think I agree there's a few details I think that need to be worked out, but I think overall this is something that fits within what we're looking to do within the downtown core. It's nice to see a building being proposed that's within our height limits and kind of fits within what we're asking and what we're looking to incorporate for that downtown. So I'm in favor. I just have one question through you to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, do we know if there will be rentals or if there will be ownership, or is that still up in the air?
Mr. Ramuno?
To you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my understanding is they will be rentals, and the owner has done other projects in town and as rental buildings.
Thank you. So, I mean, just throw in that, I think that's great that they're going to be rentals, because I think that also adds a little bit of affordable. We always talk about affordable housing and that the fact that there isn't that many rentals. And actually, I just sat down with a resident today, and we had discussions that we don't have that many rentals that are affordable. So, hopefully this stays within that price range that it is affordable, and we can have maybe some of our either our youth or our seniors could, possibly move on. No, I'm not suggesting you, Mayor Daw, but, and I think that this is the type of projects that we're looking for within our downtown core. So I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Gardner for the second time.
Thank you. I forgot to ask about the driveway easement. It says that there needs to be an agreement for a shared driveway, and I didn't see on the plan. And could you show me on the plan or tell me on the plan where that is going to be?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I can refer you to Figure 4A, the site plan, along the southern edge. It's identified as a right-of-way. Currently, the property owners, the current owner, the applicant, and the property owner to the south, they just share the driveway access. What we're asking, because we have a new development application, we're asking this applicant to formalize that right-of-way by way of consent with the committee of adjustment with the property owner to the south, so it's formalized.
Mr. Gardner?
Thank you. And on that same figure, it's where the south part is where the enclosed garbage bin and new loading space is going to be. It doesn't look to me like a garbage truck might be able to pass by those cars parked on the south side of the building.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Part would come in from the left of that.
A shared right-of-way, so that it will likely be wider than what's shown on the plan at 2 meters. It'll probably be double that, over 4 meter shared driveway access between the north and the south property owners. And as you know, with these developments, typically the garbage collection is privately administered, and so is snow storage.
So where is the snow storage going to be?
Again, we haven't identified anything on the site plan, but it'll have to be hauled away if there's no room to provide snow storage on site. It'll have to be hauled away.
So for sure it won't take up any of the parking spots? Thank you.
Okay, if there are no more comments or questions, I would be in favor of development. It looks like it fits well with the adjacent buildings. Some of the smaller issues, staff can work with the builder to to ease that. So I'll call the vote now. All in favor? Opposed? That passes, Mr. Clerk. That brings us to R4. Can I get a mover, please? Yep. R4, Mr. Mayor, second. Councillor Thompson. Comments or questions on the motion, on the item? Okay, so no questions. Or Councillor Garner.
Thank you. I guess through you to Mr. Rumino. Mr. Rumino, just to be clear, the new zoning bylaw that will be brought forward, the church property is the I zone. We're not talking about the church property.
Eric T. Smith.
Thank you. Then I have another question. Really? Oh, we're on R4. If you could just give me a minute. Yeah. Thank you. I really like the design of these office buildings. With respect to a clinic, this clinic is, I think, proposing to be a 1 story higher than we usually allow in this area. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Rumino, am I correct on that?
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. The zoning bylaw, the BP zoning permits a maximum of 4 stories in height, so they will need a variance to go that extra story by way of committee of adjustment application. But again, our official plan in the BP area does permit heights up to 7 stories.
Thank you. And what about the landscaping? Well, first of all, clinic is not a permitted use, but that has to go to the committee of adjustment. That doesn't come to council.
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. So on page 5 of 10, we've identified the 3 variances that would be required to facilitate the development, permitting the clinic, reduce landscaping adjacent Eric T. Smith Way, and the increase in building height for the 1 building from 4 to 5 stories for the clinic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rumino. I hear you're struggling over there. Thank you. The last thing is the landscaping. The landscaping adjacent to Eric T. Smith Way. We've made all of the properties on Eric T. Smith Way have a certain landscaping standard. Do you think there's going to be any objections from any of the other owners of the buildings that we're allowing this?
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Again, the BP zoning was established when we dealt with the original business park plan of subdivision. You know, aside from bulk barn, I don't believe this may be the second or third site plan that council's approved. So moving forward in the future, I wouldn't be surprised if when site plans come forward on these lands, there may be requests for variances to some of the standards, whether it be reduced setbacks or landscaping strips or even height. But we deal with that, you know, at this stage when we do have a site plan, and we'll customize the zoning to the site plan by way of the odd variance if required. So
we're setting a precedent here, which doesn't. I'm fine with it, but that's what we are doing by approving this, or by the committee of adjustment, by us not saying that we don't approve it.
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, our staff's recommendation, should council approve the report, we will be, when the variance application comes forward, staff will be supporting the required variances.
Councilor Gardner?
I'm done, thanks.
Okay, Councilor Thompson?
Thank you. Through to Mr. Ramuno. Mr. Ramuno, just out of curiosity, when it comes to these kind of variances like the height and so forth, is there any way for us to, have some sort of certainty that the proponent will move forward and actually build these buildings? Can you essentially put a time limit on it? I think to some of the other developments we've approved and Smart Center lands and so forth, and many years have passed and we've approved them, but they don't necessarily build them or they haven't built them yet. And so, what can we, if anything, do to assure us that if we grant these kind of exceptions, that they will actually fulfill them?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I mean, if the question is, if we grant the variances, they will, fulfill them, and they'll have to adhere to the variance and the site plan conditions that we put forth in the agreement. We can't. It's difficult to force, a developer to come forward with a, his building permit. We've seen that on occasion where council's issued site plan approval, and we may have even issued a building permit approval. It's happened on one or two occasions since I've been here, where for whatever reasons, like the hotel property on Don Hellick and Leslie, they don't move forward. Quite frankly, that's pretty rare, though. When an applicant makes the investment to submit a site plan drawing, they usually follow through because they're at going to great expense and just preparing the submissions for their application. So I don't really have a concern, an issue, and they seem like they're serious and they want to get moving. It'll be phased. They're going to proceed with the first building, so it will be phased over time, the 3 buildings. They are interested in proceeding with their first building to house their real estate office.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. So if there are no further questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you, that passes. Can I have a mover to, I see that you gentlemen are probably looking for R3. Can I have a mover of, so, okay, we're going to do R6?
Yep, R6 is next.
Okay. Okay, so we'll do R6 and have mover, please. Can I have a mover for R6? No one? Okay, Councillor Thompson, second. Mayor Daw. Councillor Marcus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't support what's in front of us. It's the third clause that I have issues with. The province under Bill 73 has given us a tool to utilize, which is, in essence, is a 2-year freeze once any zoning bylaw has been passed or the official plan. And here we are, we're looking to pass a comprehensive zoning bylaw and make those changes and enact it, and we're going to bypass a tool that the province has decided to give us, a tool that will give us authority when applications get submitted to Mr. Ramuno or to the planning department. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Ramuno, just quickly, if the 2-year freeze is in effect, does that mean that we do not accept any application, or does that mean that an applicant can come forward to you and say, we're thinking about this, and then you present that to council, and the council decides that whether they want to put it through the regular process or send them back basically saying this is not good enough and it does not fit within what we're looking to do? Would that be a fair?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, that's an accurate assessment of how the act is spelled out. We would, once we adopt or pass the zoning bylaw, that essentially that 2-year freeze is in place, so we wouldn't be able to accept an application unless I come to council and council passes that resolution directing us to actually receive the application, and then it is reviewed and follows the standard process.
So thank you. So I look at it, the committee of adjustment part of it, I might be okay with to move forward with and allow those ones to bypass the provisions from Bill 73. They're smaller applications. They're usually, whether they're fencing issues or whether they're small variances and minor variances within individual properties. And so they usually don't come to us. But I think the bigger applications, I think we need to utilize that provision under Bill 73 and that tool that's been given to us. We asked for these tools. The province has changed legislation to give us these tools, and now we're going to turn around and say that we don't want to utilize those tools? I mean, to me, what does that say to the province? That they're going to turn around and they're going to say, well, the next time you come and ask for us to do something for you, we're not even going to listen. So I think that we need to allow for those provisions within Bill 73 to be enacted for everything but possibly the Committee of Adjustments, and that's where I would be comfortable, but I'm not comfortable moving forward the way it's worded right now.
Thank you, Councillor Marakis. Any other speakers? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. Certainly I understand where Councillor Marakis is coming from with regards to, the proposed changes that Bill 73 enacted. And I would agree that, minor variances are a different situation. But I think I'd like to, through you to Mr. Ramuno, get a sense from Mr. Ramuno, if enacted, what kind of implications are this for his department, and how does he see moving forward the processing of those kind of applications?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Thompson, if Council doesn't pass a resolution, a blanket resolution to accept applications and follow through with the Bill 73, not including minor variances. On page 6, I've listed on the top of page 6, I've listed the classes of zoning applications. I mean, I think it'd be onerous if Council, to our community residents and even developers who are, are in the middle of completing their developments in communities, similar to the last site plan application that Council just dealt with, the industrial employment commercial. What would happen is, obviously, when someone approaches us with the intent of submitting a zoning amendment application, I would evaluate it and then determine whether I'm going to report to Council as to whether Council should consider passing a resolution to accept the application within that 2-year period. Numbers, with variances, I mean, we probably see about on average 100 variance applications a year. With zoning applications, it's we're probably seeing 15 to 20 different zoning type of applications per year.
Thank you. I guess I'd like to understand it a little better. I agree that we should utilize the tool, but there may be some exceptions to the rule. I look at the last one we just approved, for applications in the employment lands, maybe one of those type of exceptions, but, I'll listen to what others have to say around the table. But I do agree that we shouldn't necessarily just waive our right to utilize that clause.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification up front, through you to Mr. Muno, on page 11, there's a PDI XX that looks to be at Wellington, just north of Temperance. I can't really see where Wellington comes off. What property is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. There are a lot, any of those, so that map over, that schedule refers to the promenade downtown zoning overlay that we're applying in this area of town. All those XXs are exception zones that we need to capture within the new zoning bylaw. So they relate to existing developments that have specific zonings on their property, which we need to capture and transfer those into the updated zoning bylaw. So any of those XX refers to existing zoning permissions that have been granted in the past by Council, and we need to capture those. In some instances, the standard PD1 promenade downtown zone is sufficient, but in a lot of instances, some of those zonings are so specific with the uses that we have to actually transfer that exception into the new zoning bylaw. Hence, you're getting a lot of exceptions to the new zoning bylaw. It's just capturing those previous zoning amendments.
Thank you. Is that the Bacon Basket? What do you know? What property that would be?
Mr. Rumino?
To you, Mr. Chair, Councilor Gardner, are you looking to the left or right of Temperance Street? Because there are a number right at the corner at Yonge and Wellington that really refers to the Wellington Street properties that have a lot of exceptions. I don't believe the Basketware property has an exception. That is currently zoned EP and C2 with no exception. Most of those exceptions apply to the Wellington and Yonge Street corridor.
Looking at it says Temperance Street, and it's just north of that, and it's got all these arrows.
East side of Yonge Street, referencing those properties northeast of Yonge and Wellington that have site-specific zoning permission. So we need to capture those exceptions. In total, there were close to 1,000 exceptions that we need to finalize, and that's why we're a little late in bringing the final bylaw forward to council for enactment. But we should be there at the end of June.
Sounds like a lot of work. So all these XXs on page 11 are just to capture exception zones that are in place already, and we will leave them in place forever. Thank you. So with respect to the United Church property, it's I believe it's now a C2. Oh, well, it's institutional, and it falls under C2. I'm not sure. Could Mr. Rumino respond to that, please?
Mr. Rumino?
Certainly. To you, Mr. Chair. The United Church property has a dual zone. A portion of it is a C2, which permits a mixture of uses and up to 5 stories in height. And the portion of the property has the institutional zone that permits institutional type uses with that height permission of up to 28 meters.
So the proposal has been brought to us, to the planning department and to council, under a C2 zone. And I believe that now the zone is going to change to a PDI, or a PD1, sorry. So how is the PD1 different from the C2? What change is it going to be for the property that the church owns?
Mr. Rumino?
To you, Mr. Chair. As part of the zoning update, we're trying to harmonize the zoning. So the C2, existing C2, we're really recategorizing it as a promenade PD, which is promenade downtown zone. And for all intents and purposes, it really permits all the same uses that the current C2 zoning permits. With respect to the United Church application that we're currently dealing with, they've submitted official plan and zoning amendment applications to, again, increase the height and, again, to facilitate the development on that property, which now currently has a dual zone. So we're proposing a similar type of, if it wasn't for this zoning update, we would have customized that zoning moving forward to permit the institutional use and the retirement center, which quite frankly are both considered institutional type uses.
So, for example, the C2 zone had a certain permitted lot coverage. Will the PD1 zone have the same permitted lot coverage?
Mr. Rumino?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I didn't bring the bylaw with me, so I can't remember all those details. But for all intents and purposes, the uses, we're again ensuring that all those existing C2 uses, we're transferring those over to the PD, new proposed zone. I don't have the bylaw in front of me, so and we'll have that discussion, I think, when I bring that zoning bylaw forward and later on in June. I'll have more information at my fingertips.
Thank you. If I could ask through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. Muno, for next week, could you provide us with a memo of any changes that will be allowed going from the C2 to the PD1 zone, particularly pertaining to the United Church property?
Mr. Muno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, I can do that. The proposed change from CT to the new PD, again, we're dealing with the United Church application separately, though. We've got active planning applications. I could.
Under the C2 zone?
Well, I will report back and just explain to council how we're proposing to rezone the United Church proposal, as well as explain the differences between the C2 and the proposed PD1 zone.
Under the definition, it says institutional zones outside of the promenade. It says under the definition of building height, the steeples or ornamental towers or places of worship are not calculated in total height of the building. Is that just in our municipality, or is that just a standard across all municipalities?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, we've done a survey of other municipalities, and I believe there are other municipalities that their zoning bylaws also don't factor in, steeples or ornaments within their permitted zoning height permission.
Thank you. And the second area, the amenity area, and I thank you for bringing this information forward. I believe that I was one of the people or the person that asked for it. So it used to be that our amenity areas were all inside, and now we have a proposal to include balconies, play spaces on the ground level. It seems to me that site plans sometimes required play spaces if the development was big enough. I would ask council, for the protection of our future residents, the purpose of an indoor amenity space is to provide a public gathering space, a social space that residents can use. And it's particularly important in Canada that or in this part of Canada anyway, that space is an indoor space. So to benefit the future residents, I'd like us to make sure that we do provide them with an indoor amenity space. It appears that our standard is higher at 12 square meters, and if we want to go down to 10, that's okay. But I think there needs to be an indoor amenity space for the residents. And if you look at it, are we benefiting the residents, or are we benefiting the developer by allowing an extra apartment or condominium to be put in their building? And I don't think that's what we want. I think we want to take care of our residents first and then our developers. So I would ask that we keep the amenity space the way it is in our zoning bylaw. I'd like to make that an amendment.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Abel?
Thank you. I've spoken to it. These are our future residents, so they have no voice.
Yeah.
I did speak at length with the City of Toronto, and all of their buildings have indoor amenity spaces. And I think it's fair to the residents, and I would rather be fair to the residents than the developers.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Any speakers to the amendment? Sure. Mr. Clark?
Through Mr. Chair, Councillor Gardner, just want to get clarification that it's the amenity space provisions in the current zoning bylaw are kept the same in the new zoning bylaw?
Yes, that they're just maintained. Thank you.
I believe we did have a Councillor Abel seconded, so any speakers to the amendment, please? Okay, if there are no speakers, all in favor of the amendment? Opposed? Okay, the amendment carries. Any further comments on the main motion? Okay, Councillor Abel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I'm looking through this, and it's very complex. And so through you, this is basically related to the first report that came out. And at that report, we had discussed allowing an exception to United Church because they had already put an application in. And so now this review is reflecting that. Is that the case through you, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. I'm recommending that for the promenade area, specifically the United Church property, the existing 28-meter height be maintained within the new zoning bylaw.
So when that was brought forward, I was understanding an institutional space, but I was not understanding what was going to be taking place. And that I realize now that the property is, for the institutional, is just where the body of the church was, and then there's that L shape, and then as well, there's the assembled properties that were residential that were brought in. And so now my concern is if I had been made aware of that at that November meeting, I would have probably not supported making that exception. And furthermore, now I've seen the massing, I understand why I might have that reservation. So having said all that, if we go ahead and approve this, we are basically allowing for that exception to take place. And when you bring the comprehensive bylaw for council's ratification or final approval in June, then we will be allowing that exception. Is that correct?
Mr. Rubino?
To you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I don't really see it as an exemption because the existing zoning that's in place is 28 meters. But yes, what I'm recommending is that 28 meter be maintained on that United Church property, whereas outside of the promenade area, we revise that 28 meter institutional height down to 15. Having said that, just to clarify, because we're speaking specifically about United Church application, they do have OP and zoning bylaw amendments in to increase the height from the existing OP and zoning bylaw from 5 stories and 18.5 meters to the current revised plan is about 21.5 meters.
So my question was that well, actually, I forget my question, but I'll just rephrase what my train of thought is that I wanted to be in favor of moving forward with United Church, but I also want to respect and maintain the integrity of what our overall plan in our neighborhoods are. Having said that, now that I understand that part of their property is the institutional, which is what I was agreeing to, and that the other part is commercial too under our promenade. So that they have to apply for us to allow that to be taken to institutional. So they don't have that at this point. So even if we do allow it, we still have to make the exception. And that's for our planning meeting. The question I want to ask you is the staff are recommending that bylaw be changed from 28 to 15 with the exception. And that's what I'm reading in this report.
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct, outside of the promenade downtown zones.
So it's very important because we're not talking about United Church, and well, we are, because this is affecting it right away. So, but we're basically talking about the comprehensive bylaw, but it includes this piece. And I want to be very careful that I don't want to approve their amendment request that they're coming forward with, because for me, if we're going to allow an exception, then we're going to have to see some sort of benefit. Through you, Mr. Chair, when did this 28 meters come into effect? Is it an old standing bylaw? Could you tell us?
Actually, Councillor Abel, if I could have a motion to extend, Councillor Tom and Councillor Thompson will extend for 30 minutes. Okay, we'll extend to 30 minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay.
But I won't need 30 minutes. Mr. Ramuno, we were asking how long is this? Is like an old sort of residential. How far back does that go? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through you, Mr. Chair. That provision, the institutional height of 28, dates back to the 1978 zoning bylaw. And so we don't have any information how far back it goes, but it goes back to at least pre-1978. It's been codified in our bylaws since then.
And so part of this comprehensive bylaw is to kind of tweak and put things into place, the promenade, with the exception in the promenade for institutional. And so if we had done this before the application, we probably wouldn't have heard. We could have just smoothed it over, but we did understand a delegate came forward and they brought it to our attention. And so at that time, I was under the impression that there were no assembled properties of residential and all those sort of things. So I've completely changed my mind on that whole aspect. So I will not approve going forward with that in place, knowing what I know now. Had I known it in November, I wouldn't have as well, because I would like to have assumed that whatever's going there is going to be of mutual benefit. And the second point I want to make is this is really complex, and it's almost like we need a workshop. But I'm not suggesting it on our open Monday or our open Tuesday. Yeah. So we got lots of time before June, but it really is comprehensive. I mean, look at all these exceptions, and I'd like to see it blown up a little bit better so that I understand. You know, I thought, oh, just a bylaw comprehensive, but the word comprehensive is applicable. There's a lot going on in here, and so we have to sort of really understand the implications, because just on one property alone, there's tremendous implications going forward. So, Mr. Chair, I'm looking at this, and I would like to suggest that we vote on it separate, the clauses, and I'll let others comment.
Councillor Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, speaking to the United Church portion of this, the report speaks to, let me just get to the page here. On page 3, it speaks to the portion of the United Church land holdings that's going to be exempted from the new institutional zoning height requirement and zoning requirements. And that is it's identified in the report as the, let me just find it here. Is it the south? I can't really see where it is here. Anyhow, but this is referring to the church property, current church property. It doesn't include their other holdings that are C2 currently. That's so, and I know you already answered that question. So my question would be, you know, they have, as identified in the report, and as we all know, they have OPA amendments and zoning bylaw amendments before us as we speak. And so we're going to keep this an exception zone and then potentially immediately amend that exception zone. Is that not correct?
Mr. Muno?
We're going to create, we're going to go forward with the comprehensive bylaw update. We're going to recreate the PD1. We're going to reduce institutional sizes everywhere except for the old United Church property. And then immediately after we do that, we're going to be either approving or not approving an amendment to that exception. Can you confirm?
Mr. Muno?
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair. Depends what comes first. I mean, if council adopts or enacts a new comprehensive zoning bylaw, then we deal with the site-specific application. Don't know what that'll look like yet, but we would then probably, if council approved the site-specific application for the church, that would probably be an amendment to our new official plan, because I don't think we're not in a position to capture all the zoning standards for the United Church proposal, because it's still fluid, it's still changing within this new comprehensive zoning bylaw. So if council were to adopt this new zoning bylaw in June, that zoning bylaw will be amended once we deal with the United Church application as a site-specific amendment.
Thank you. And so I guess that confirms what I said, that we're creating this exemption because the zoning bylaw is going to come first. And anything that we approve or not approve down the road is going to come after that. And so I guess my point is that, I just wonder how this affects the application. So obviously now they have the 28 meter in their current institutional. We're not, for all intents and purposes, because they already have their application in, we're not changing that, at least until we decide on their application. What's not in the report is what happens to the other pieces of property that they own. So I know that Councillor Gardner's asked for a report on what the difference is between PD1 and C2. Will that have any effect on the application? Like if we say, because this doesn't speak to that, so if we, essentially what's going to happen is we're going to rezone those properties as PD1, right? And then create the exception zone for the old church property. So I just think it's very confusing in light of the fact that we have an ongoing application. So, and perhaps you'll need a week to get this report to us and more info, that's fine, but do you see how it's, it's a bit of a stumbling block, and I don't know if you could comment on that.
Mr. Rumino.
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's always a challenge when you're in the middle of doing either official plan update or, in this case, a zoning update, which doesn't happen very often. I mean, once every 40, 50 years, you're dealing with concurrent applications, so it's always a challenge with respect to the timing. So my suggestion to council is, I think we've got a site-specific application in. We deal with that one on its merits, and depending on the timing of this new zoning bylaw update, if it requires to be amended as per the site-specific application, that's how the process works. But I understand the confusion because we are going through this update, but we have current applications that we're dealing with.
Thank you for your answer. I guess my point is, we have an application that is the exception zone that's talked about in this report does not apply to the entire land holdings of the United Church. I'm just wondering how are we going to effectively, are we going to, how will our decision here affect the zoning application that's in front of us? You know what I mean? Like it's ambiguous. It's not really laid out in the report. We talk about the old church that was zoned institutional. We're giving them an exception zone, but we're changing the other land holdings, and it's all part of the same application. So whether that is better suited to a report for next week, I don't know.
Mr. Rumino?
Hopefully I can clarify. Moving forward, if in zoning these lands as part of a new zoning update, the PD1, which will essentially be reflective of the current C2 zone on a portion of the United Church property. The only difference is that institutional portion, if council agrees to maintain the existing 28-meter height, there will be a note, and we'll call it an exception, that identifies that the institutional portion of that property maintains its existing 28-meter height, whereas elsewhere outside the promenade, where there are other privately zoned institutional lands, the recommendation is the new zoning bylaw will have a maximum 50-meter height in those other areas.
Councillor Tom?
I get all that. I guess perhaps I can, not waste more time tonight, and I can go off midweek and discuss this with you. I just find it's very confusing because we're giving an exception to part of a application that's currently before us, and I just think that this is extremely, extremely confusing. And so before next week, I'll get the information I need and make sure I can make the right decision. Thank you.
Councilor Marcus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. Rumino. Mr. Rumino, if we didn't have the specific exception for the United Church lands, they were United Church lands, would this not be grandfathered in? So I'm just wondering, realistically, what is the point of actually wording the exception in there?
Mr. Rumino?
Well, to you, Mr. Chair, if the direction is and the recommendation is to, in the new zoning bylaw, reduce the 28 meters to 15, the recourse, and we may get that, there may be appeals from those private landowners who may see that council is removing an existing right, and I mean that won't be unusual. We may see appeals to our zoning bylaw if people think that their rights are being affected. But again, aside from that, even if council were to reduce the height to 50 from 28 to 15, council is you still have the ability to prerogative to deal with the existing applications that we have been dealing with them. Without confusing matters further, again, I don't think council is varying from its position if you're maintaining as part of this exception, maintaining the existing height provision that has existed since 1978 or prior on the United Church lands.
Thank you, Mr. Rumino. I'm not sure if that answers fully my question. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the fact that it's my understanding that when we do approve changes, that any application that's already been submitted would be grandfathered through, and it wouldn't have to adhere necessarily to any changes that we've enacted. So that's why I'm just asking, why do we specifically have to put language in that specifically speaks to this one when the application has already been submitted? I fully appreciate the fact that we're saying that others might look to appeal it, but those others, we're not adding an exemption to any of those others, so they're going to appeal it regardless. So that's why if it's going to be grandfathered, do we actually need this language? Why don't we just take it out? And I'd be fully prepared to make an amendment to take out that language since it's going to be grandfathered in anyways.
Mr. Rumino?
Mr. Chair, just so I understand, are you suggesting we remove the discussion of of keeping the 28-meter height?
No, I'm suggesting that we remove the exception part of it to the specific lands. I just don't see the need to actually specifically have that worded in our comprehensive zoning bylaw. To me, it's redundant because it's already grandfathered in because the application has already been submitted. So I think that might be some of that confusion that's going on. So I mean, I'd put forward an amendment right now to remove that exception. If I can get a seconder, that's.
Okay, so Councillor Abel seconds that. So if I can clarify, so I believe what Councillor Marakis is asking is why we need to have a reference to the United Church property as part of this comprehensive bylaw. Mr. Rumino, can you clarify?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, that's one way to do it. We don't necessarily have to have that. I'm trying to be consistent because when we did report back, last time we reported back, there was a discussion that we had staff, in response to some of the comments we heard about perhaps taking a look at reducing the existing heights. Again, I don't want to belabor the point, but I know, Councilor Marakis, you're talking about grandfathering provisions. And the province, when they, enact legislation, they typically put in place grandfathering provisions to deal with, what legislation applies to an application that may already have been submitted at a local level prior to a piece of legislation coming in, whether it's a growth plan or whatever. In our case, we don't necessarily have these grandfathering provisions. This is one way to handle it, is either identifying as an exception or again not referencing it at all, and council just deals with the application as it comes forward, because the owner will always have a recourse whether they want to appeal whatever decision council makes, whether it's on the new zoning bylaw or a site-specific application.
Councilor Marakis?
Okay,
so
it's an amendment.
So the amendment's on the floor. Yeah. So Mayor Dahl, are you going to speak to the amendment? Okay, Mayor Dahl, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reluctant to support an amendment like this without, it's not only Mr. Ramulo's department, but legal has spent an awful lot of time on drafting this document. And I'm reluctant to make changes without having the full input from Mr. Ramulo's staff and or Ms. Desario's staff. So if they wanted to bring that back next week as to what the potential ramifications might be, but I can't support the amendment now without having that.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through to Mr. Moreno. Mr. Moreno, I'm still a little confused about it because at one point you said that if that exception gets removed, chances are they will appeal it. But at the same time, I'm hearing that maybe it's redundant being in there because the matter is ultimately before us through the public planning process, and council could make a decision one way or another with regards to the height of it. So I'm hoping for a little clarity here whether or not having that in this comprehensive zoning bylaw is a little redundant because council ultimately has that decision before us at public planning, and whether or not they really need to appeal it then.
Mr. Umuna?
To you, Mr. Chair. I mean that's true, but if I'm going to put, from the developers or applicants' perspective, I mean, if they're acting in good faith and they have an application in front of a municipality, I think they're going to want, in this instance where we are dealing with an update to our zoning bylaw, that their existing provisions be maintained. Now, whether they actually object to it or not, I don't really know. I haven't talked to them recently about that, but council is dealing with the application, and my suggestion is, I think, council, we focus on the application as we bring that one forward, and we deal with the revisions that we've seen, and it'll be before council at next week's public planning meeting.
Councillor Abel?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On November 1st, when you brought this first report to General Committee, you have in the executive summary, staff proposed to reduce the maximum height from 28 meters to 15 meters for institutional zone properties, with the exception of land zoned at specifically United Church. And we had a delegate from United at that time. At that time, the application had not come in. It was coming in, but it hadn't at that time.
Mr. Umuna?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I don't remember when the application came in. I'll have to just confirm that, but we've had the application for, whether it was the end of the year or the beginning of this year, I can't recall now.
So my question is, somehow they must have understood what was going on with this zoning application amendment that we were doing, this comprehensive bylaw. Is there any way we can be enlightened on how they came about it if they hadn't put the application in? I can see or perhaps maybe I better understand that there's always a dialogue with development going on before the application goes in. Is that sort of for council's benefit? The dialogue doesn't begin when the application's there. It actually begins well before that. There's inquiries, they're asking this, what do I need? And so they may have been told by your department, oh, by the way, there's a comprehensive bylaw coming in, so whatever you're thinking. All right. So I think that's important that I understand sort of how this all came about for the exception in that report in November. And then we officially got the application before the planning department. So I think in my mind, perhaps I'll just save my comment because I am going to meet with some of the applicants, so they'll perhaps clarify that with me so I understand better. But we are speaking to the amendment. So the amendment really, I completely agree with Councilor Marakis. Like, it doesn't matter whether we give the exception or not. We should just go along with it because it would have been grandfathered in under the old one anyways. So by doing this exception, I don't want to give the impression that we're endorsing what they're bringing before us in the planning meeting. And that's sort of, I think, what Councillor Tom was sort of talking about. We're just it is complex, and the timing is everything, of course. So I want to make sure we sort of separate those sort of ideas. I don't see one way or another, whether we have that in the exception or we just leave it, what difference it makes to the planning application. So I'm in favor of it. Just simplify it, and I don't want to run the risk that somehow that's taken as some sort of endorsement. So just to be safe, I would rather just go along with the amendment. So I would support it, just for that very reason.
Councillor Tom to the amendment.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Ramuno, if I may, through the chair, Councillor Marakis alluded to this. If the application currently is looking to amend our current zoning bylaw and our current official plan, that's what they're asking for amendments to. That application is current, and so if we update our zoning bylaw and that application is already in place, it's still, that's the grandfathering we're talking about. They're asking for those amendments to what they had before. And the reason I think I support the amendment is because, let's say for whatever reason, this happens, it can happen all the time. Let's say the application doesn't go forward for, not necessarily from council voting it down, but for whatever reason, something happens and they decide, okay, we're not going to go forward with it. And now the new zoning bylaw says that their property has a 9-story exemption to the height. So for me, this is more, and perhaps, again, you can fill us in a bit more midweek. If right now they have a current application in place, this change won't affect them because it's already before us. And then if for whatever reason it doesn't go forward for any reason, that the new zoning bylaw would apply to the United Church lands. I don't know if you could comment on that or perhaps enlighten us a bit more on this.
Mr. Ramuno?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, I think that's an appropriate course of action because based on the revised plans, as we've seen them to date, the total height is just under 22 meters, not including the steeple. So I think that's an appropriate course to take, and we'll deal with their site-specific applications.
Councilor Marakis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just going to throw out a possible, like something that could happen down the road, and I know that this would be very rare, but kind of what Councillor Tom alluded to, if we threw in this exception in there, and it was part of our zoning bylaw moving forward, let's say it does get built, and it does get built at 6 stories or 5 stories or whatever it ends up being, and something gets built there, that exception is still there. And on the rare chance that maybe they come back or someone comes back 5 years down the road and says, hey, you know what, I'm going to build another 3 stories because I'm allowed to on that front part because you've made that exception and you've allowed me to have that exception. I would hate to think that we get stuck in that predicament. And so that's why I don't think that we need to have this language in, because I say we're going to deal with this at public planning. So, let's deal with it there. I just don't see the need of this to be actually written into our zoning bylaw moving forward and to be there basically forever for this piece of property.
Okay, so if there are no further comments, to call the vote on the amendment. All those in favor? Opposed? That passes, Mr. Clerk. Okay, Councillor Marakis on the main motion, or as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm actually I'm going to go back to my original concerns with that final clause. When it pops up, I'd prefer that I forget. I don't see the wording for the. Actually, sorry, it's in front of me. I would change it that upon enactment of the town's new comprehensive zoning bylaw by council, that Class 4 applications continue to be received and processed and considered, and that's the only one that we do, not any of the other ones. And Class 4, if you look at that page, speaks to the Committee of Adjustment, minor variances. And to me, that's the only one that I think we should allow to basically bypass the Bill 73 provision of the 2-year freeze. So I'd like to put that forward as an amendment, if I could get a second.
Second?
Or is that, sorry, Mr. Clerk, is that contrary, or would we have to
Mr.
defeat?
Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would think it is contrary. I guess I know there's been some amendments to the main motion, but I prefer to see it defeated and subsequent motion passed. Or if the clauses were separated and that clause was defeated.
Councilor Marcus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, and that's fine. If we can just separate then that last clause, I'd prefer that, and we can vote on that separately.
Can we put the clauses up on the screen?
Class, go to page.
Okay, so in talking with Mr. Clerk, we will vote. It would make sense to vote on 1 and 2 together. 3 and 4 amendments that we've already passed, and 5 will be separate. Okay, so 1 and 2 will be voted on together. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Rumino, you had some comments?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just in interest of time, I understand council's concerns. To simplify it, you could just delete that what was recommendation 3, which is now recommendation 5, and then I'll have clear direction to deal with those other amendments. And when I do report back in June, I will include another recommendation that says, in accordance with Bill 53, that council passes a resolution to only deal with 73, only deal with those class 4, which are Committee of Adjustment applications. Just delete 5 altogether. Just vote against it.
Yeah, so can we have a friendly amendment? That would be the quickest way.
Yeah, just get rid of 5.
So Councilor Marcus and Mayor Daw, you're okay with, or Thompson, okay with the friendly amendment? Okay. Okay, so we're going to do 1 and 2? Okay, so all those in favor of 1 and 2? Opposed? Okay, that passes, Mr. Clerk. 3 and 4 we don't have to vote on because we already did. We do?
Just an amendment.
Okay. On clauses 3 and 4, all those in favor? Opposed? Clause 5, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay. And is there a friendly? Okay. Okay, so we're approaching 11 o'clock. Do we have should we extend for 5 minutes to, or 10 minutes? Are we going to go through this whole thing, or?
I'll move a motion to extend for half an hour.
Second? Okay. Okay.
The motion's half an hour. All in favor?
15.
For half hour?
Yeah, well, the motion's half an hour. Councilor Tom was second.
Okay, it's already been seconded, so we're going to have to vote on extending for a half hour. Okay. All those in favor? Extending for half hour? Yeah. Okay, all those in favor for extending for a half hour? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Opposed? Okay, that does not carry. Okay. Okay, so motion to extend for 10 minutes then? Okay, Councillor Thompson, a second by Councillor Humphreys. Yeah.
Only about the merits of extending.
Okay, Councillor Tom.
Thank you. I mean, the reason I wanted to extend for half an hour is because I think we have specifically at least one item that's going to take extensive discussion, and I think that council would benefit from a committee recommendation from committee to council and have a discussion about it. So if we extend for 10 minutes, there's no way we're going to get through it, and we're probably going to have to re-extend. So that's why I'm not in favor of 10. I'd rather extend for longer so we could discuss item R9. So I will be voting against the 10-minute extension.
So we still, the motion's there for 15, right? So we're for 10. 10. Okay. Okay, so let's vote on the extension for, it's on the floor for 10 minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so that is defeated, right? So we're going to have to do 10 minutes.
Well, we don't have, we technically we stop right now. We need some, it's either that or our time is out.
Okay. So can we, so we can't even talk anymore? So how do we close this off?
Well, there should be a motion to defer the rest of the items
Okay.
to council and then a motion to adjourn. If that's...
Okay, so it looks like we're all out of options because time is has ended. So we're gonna. Well, the clerk said that we are. We can.
Yeah, as long as, but yeah, in the absence of a motion to extend,
Yeah.
we have to adjourn. But if there's a motion to extend, that can be passed. We'll keep going.
Okay, so. Can we have- what, 15 minutes or what?
Let's just adjourn.
5 minutes? Okay, can we have a motion to extend for 5 minutes? Councillor Maracas and Councillor Abel will second it. All those in favor? 5 minutes? Opposed? Okay, that carries, so we have an extra 5 minutes. So we're going to do, what, are we just going to close this off officially, or?
I want 30 or nothing.
What are we going to talk about in 5 minutes? Okay.
What I would suggest.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Clerk. Okay, can we have a motion to defer all the items to council? Councillor Maracas, Councillor Thompson. All those in favor? Deferring all the motions. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Thompson, Mayor Daw. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, we're adjourned.